Yo, what's going on, everybody? You're watching Knicks Now by Chat Sports. My name is Marshall Green. We are presented by Prize Picks, and welcome to the 2026 NBA Draft. It feels very weird to be saying that as we're like 9 or 10 days removed from the New York Knicks hoisting the Larry O'Brien Trophy. I will be honest with everybody watching today's show. This will be my 22, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is my 5th NBA draft here on Knicks Now by Chat Sports. And this is by far and away the least prepared that I have ever been. There was no chance that I was going to be doing draft prep during the New York Knicks playoff run. So sorry to the people that were expecting that. And then it just turned into a party for about a week. We went out, myself, Andrew Connell, and Brett Alpert. We went out to New York for the parade. We were there from Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. So I have been doing draft prep for the last 48 hours. And I will just be honest, there are some players I like. I don't really have a favorite. And I am 1,000% leaning into in Leon Rose we trust. So there will be questions about, Marshall, what do you think of this person? What do you think of that person? Bring them on. Maybe Andrew Connell's got more strong opinions than I do on the draft. But not too many strong opinions on who the Knicks should take. I do think we will get some answers tonight on what the future is going to be for the New York Knicks. There's some rumors that Miles McBride could be traded tonight. There's maybe a possibility the New York Knicks could trade up in the NBA draft. There's a chance that they could trade back in the NBA draft. There's a chance they could pick at number 24. There's a chance they could move from 31 to 28. I think anything is on the table for this team. And I think if you see the New York Knicks draft a big man tonight, that could maybe signal the end of Mitchell Robinson's time as a New York Knick, which is heartbreaking. Mitchell Robinson is supposed to be a guy that can say once a Knick, always a Knick, and only a Knick. That's the tier Mitchell Robinson is supposed to be in. But because the way the CBA is and the salary cap works, and if the New York Knicks want to go into the second apron, it at least appears right now that the Knicks don't want to go into the second apron, which would make it nearly impossible to re-sign Landry Shamet and Mitchell Robinson. So, the Knicks draft a big man tonight. There might be a new number 23 for the New York Knicks, which I don't love at all. We're probably about 15 minutes away from the NBA draft kicking off. I want to say thank you to everybody for clicking on today's show. Let's get this comment section humming. If you love the channel, you're ready for the draft, you're hoping Leon Rose gets the steal of the night, give me a real one in the comment section. I'm going to give some shout-outs to everybody that is watching. My guy, Gorilla Gang, the first in the building. What up, my man? Justin Presley in the building. What's happening, bro? Elvis, what's good, Brody? 66 Kimball. Rasta in the city. That's my guy right there. What's up, man? What's up, bro? Says keep Shamet. I'm all about keeping Landry Shamet. If there was a button to press that says run it back, I'm pressing it. I'm spamming it. Just the way that this NBA is constructed with the collective bargaining agreement, it makes it tough. My guy Rich Rob in the bill. What up, Brody? Shout out to my guy Rich Rob. Shout out to everybody that pulled up to our Knicks Now meetup at Sadie's Ward the day of the parade. That was awesome, man. We threw a kick-ass party. You guys showed up. You showed out. It was awesome to meet. I want to say there was at least 100 different people that were there shuffling in and out all night. It was dope to say what up. It was dope to take pictures. It was awesome to just chop it up and just be in the presence of all the real ones. Getting to see my guy Rich Rob, that was a movie. We were telling stories. We were having fun. We were hanging out. We were partying. It was a blast, man. It was an absolute blast. So hopefully we could do another meetup very soon. Hopefully we don't have to wait till the next time win the chip. The Knicks win the chip. When they do, we'll do it again. But I like to do another one because that was awesome, getting to meet you guys, and definitely not having to meet Vinny Pip. That was cool. He would have killed all the vibes there. That's for sure.
It was the best part. It was the best part.
Best part was no Vinny Pip. That was awesome, man. That was awesome. That was a blast. The best part of it was we had a deal going. The first 50 people there, 2 free drink tickets. So you get 2 drinks on Knicks Now. And of the 50 people we hand out drink tickets to, 40 of them are probably like, can I buy you a drink? I'm like, yeah. So I was overjuiced by the end of the night. I was ready to go. That pizza place next door, that worked miracles on me. That next morning was a little bit rough, but we got back to it. It was a great time, though, man. I wish we could do it again. I wish we could do it tomorrow. I wish we could do it tonight. It was an absolute blast. We'll talk more about the draft. We'll say what up to everybody. We'll recap more of the Knicks Now meetup. Do got to tell you, though, about our presenting sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks. Shout out to Prize Picks for always being our presenting sponsor. We would not be able to do what we do if it was not without you. So support the show, support the sponsor. Get hooked up with America's #1 sports pick app. They've got options for you to play tonight with the NBA Draft in their team picks section. So download the app, create an account. When you place your first $5 lineup, after you use that promo code HMA, Prize Picks is going to hook you up with $50 in lineup. So we always talk about the lineup feature. Well, now you could just pick winners. You could pick spreads. You can pick totals. And if you think the United States is going to beat Turkey, is that what they got next? Does that say Turkey on there? Turkey, chicken, cow, USA, a 1.85 multiplier. I'm rolling with the Stars and Stripes to get another victory in the World Cup. Go check them out, man. Pick more, pick less, play Prize Picks. Use that promo code HMA, play $5, and get $50 instantly. 225 people in the building. If you could, please smack that thumbs up icon. It is free. It is easy. If you're ready to hang out with myself, producer AC, for the 2026 NBA Draft, the day that the Knicks add their next superstar, maybe. It's crazy, Andrew. This used to be the most important day of being a Knicks fan, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think I could name 20 players in this draft, first and last name.
Yeah, the mindset shift of Knicks fans and the kind of just difference in how the approach has been from the entire Knicks fan base and pretty much everyone except the Knicks organization, because you can bet that Leon Rose is ready to roll in the entire front office. They've been putting in the work behind the scenes while we've been enjoying the Knicks playoff run. But, yeah, I was explaining to some people that I know, like, that it's just like, this used to be the event on the calendar for Knicks fans. The day you had the most hope was draft day, because maybe that the fortunes of the Knicks would change. And we used to dream of months like we just experienced. So, yeah, it feels nice to really listen. We all to just have a front office you can trust, to expect that good things are going to happen, and just have kind of be relaxed. Whoever the Knicks draft is stepping into a team that features Jalen Brunson, Karl-Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, OG Anunoby, and others.
Yeah, and tonight is, I don't think it's going to tell you fully what their plans are, but shoot, if they take a pick at 24 and it's a player that is supposed to come over and play this year, like, that could maybe mean somebody's gone. If it's a draft and stash player, maybe that means they're trying to bring somebody back. They're working on the margins. Their back is up against the wall with the salary cap and all the aprons. So it'll be interesting. My man John Pettit in the building. What up, Brody? John Pettit, I don't know if I told you this, but congrats, you're an NBA champion. Says, what up, Marsh? Long time. Knicks not drafting anyone. They're going to have to save that money to re-sign our guys. In fact, unfortunately, I think Kolek and Pacome are getting traded to save more money. Yeah, I think the Knicks are going to be wheeling and dealing. We'll see what they do. I think there's a world they could trade Deuce. We've heard that tonight. I've heard Pacome Dadier could be traded. See the Knicks trade pick number 24 for 3 second-round picks in the future.
Wouldn't surprise me. Like you said, I think you said it on one of our recent videos. There is not a single outcome that could be surprising to Knicks fans. Leon Rose always has a couple tricks up his sleeve, and what I love about Leon is he's always a few steps ahead. He does things that nobody is expecting. He's not afraid to kind of explore loopholes and things in the NBA system, and I have full confidence in whatever he's going to do tonight.
Let's get it done. Hopefully he just takes a really good player and keeps building this thing brick by brick. 300 people in the chat. If you could, please smack that thumbs up icon. Love to see that. If you want the Knicks to repeat as NBA champs and get 2 rings, hit that thumbs up icon.
We got a 3-point goal. Seth Gross, bang!
Seth Gross, what up, champ? What up, champ? Shout out to my guy Seth Gross, $50 super chat, always being the legend he is. Says, hey there, boys. Great hanging out with you both last week. Yeah, that was an absolute
awesome
blast. Wednesday night, myself, Andrew Connell, got to meet up with Seth Gross. Went to a bar, had some laughs, shared some stories. It was awesome, man. Couldn't have asked for a better time. Appreciate him coming out. That was awesome. That was the whole week, man. Just felt like I was living in a movie. It did not feel real. It says, what are the expectations tonight? Meaning our picks 1 to 10 immediate team-changing picks. Everything I've heard about this draft is it is generational. It is one of the best NBA drafts in recent memory. I mean, AJ Dybansta at the top of the draft. Darryn Peterson is a stud. A lot of people love Cam Boozer. And then even Caleb Wilson at 4. And Wagler, the point guard from
Illinois.
Keaton Wagler. Like, there's a lot of really good players in this draft. At least that's what the experts have said.
They've had this one marked on their calendar for a few years. Like, they look ahead, years ahead at some of the top high school prospects, and they can kind of project them. Sometimes, like, you can tell when a guy at 17 years old is probably going to project to a top-level player in college and then potential NBA lottery picks. So they've had this one circled for a while. In terms of, like, what kind of you can expect from each pick, I think if you're picking in the top 10 of the lottery, you're hoping to get a star level player, especially near the top. You're hoping for all-star level ceiling. And then the rest of the first round, you're hoping for, role players, contributors, guys that can be rotation level players. You're almost hoping and expecting for that in the first round. And then the second round are more kind of upside plays or guys that maybe don't have coming with the expectations that a first round pick comes in with. But kind of an interesting wrinkle we won't touch too much on is I think with the college landscape and the NIL money in college, a lot of those guys who would be second-round picks if they have eligibility are going back to school. So I don't think the back half of the second round is considered as strong as it normally would be.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think picks 1 through 20, like this stacks up against some of the best drafts in modern history, but picks like 35 through 60, 40 through 60, maybe one of the worst in recent memory, just because of everything he said. If just think about it like this: if you're a player in college basketball, and your agent tells you, yeah, you could probably get picked at like 47 through like 60, and you can make $500,000, or do you want to go back to Tennessee, try to improve your stock, and make $1 million? It's like, all right, I go back to the SEC. So it's kind of different, but those picks 1 through 20. Call it 24 because we're going to say the Knicks are going to get a stud when they are on the clock if they do make that pick. People think Cam Boozer is going to be a really good player. People think that AJ Dybansta, Darryn Peterson was getting Kobe Bryant comps earlier in the college basketball season.
Yeah, each draft is different. A couple years ago, Atlanta Hawks took Shai number 1, and he wasn't even getting rotation minutes in their playoff series against the Knicks. So they expect, like you said, more out of the top-end players in this class is considered kind of have the premier talent at the top end of the draft.
So if you didn't know, it's a 2-day event. Today is round 1. Tomorrow's round 2. I think it's either the second or the third year the NBA has done this. It probably should just be a one-day event and maybe 2 minutes to make a pick in round 2 at this point. The Knicks pick, number 24 overall. I could see them trading up. I could see them trading back. I could see them trading out of the first round and moving this first-round pick for a future pick. There's rumors that Deuce McBride could be traded tonight. There's rumors that Pacome Dadier or Tyler Kolek could potentially no longer be a part of this team. The Knicks say they don't want to go over that second apron. Their rival franchises in the NBA say, we believe that you are. Because are you really not going to bring back Mitchell Robinson? Are you really not going to bring back Landry Shamet after you just did what you did? So we'll see. I think tonight we get a little bit of light on what they're going to be doing in the next couple of days. I mean, free agency starts in 6 days. I think it's June 29th that you can start. What's the term? Negotiating, but the legal tampering period or whatever.
Like the deals can't be officially signed until like about a week later. I think July 6th or 7th. So it's all just agreements, handshake agreements theoretically, but pretty much that's when free agency starts.
If the Knicks really love a player, I could see them trying to put Deuce McBride 31 and 24 to maybe you try to get it to 12. Maybe you try to get to 11. And you take the salary of 24 and the salary of 31, the salary of Deuce, which is probably close to $10, $11 million to maybe just squeeze that into $4 or $5 million for a rookie. So they're going to be doing the numbers. They're going to be crunching it all. It's going to be interesting. We've kind of, at least I have learned that this regime on draft night, they operate a little bit where the NBA zigs, they zag. So we'll see what they do. Seth Gross, how does this go?
Seth Gross.
Kind of my thought there. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for being here. And just thank you for being who you are. Marshall Green Jr. in the building says, I like pretzels. I do like a pretzel, but I'm going to be honest. I don't think I'm ever going to a ball game and like saying, I need a pretzel.
Like soft pretzel? Not a fan?
No, I like them. Like if someone were to come bring us soft pretzels right now, I would crush a soft pretzel. Gotta have some salt on there. But like if I'm going to a concession stand at a ball game, that's like in tier 3 for me.
Okay, but it's like a bench. It's a bench player. They
got to be out of the dogs. They got to be out of the peanuts. They got to be out of like the candy. I'm putting drinks above that. Like,
fair. I can respect.
It's in your starting 5 or no?
I like it. We would get it a lot growing up because it's easy to share. I would go with my brothers. My dad would get it, and all right, everyone can have a few pieces here of the pretzel, and it's. If you're at a concession, it's one of those things that you eat. It doesn't make you feel terrible compared to some of the other stuff. I'm
rocking with peanuts over pretzels.
Okay, interesting. So you like the kind of the grab and handfuls?
Yeah, I don't know if I like handfuls like you're describing there, but I do kind of like having the option to like.
What do you think, Vinny?
Like it stretches out throughout the game as well. One bag of peanuts can last you like 4 innings.
There you go. All right.
But no, if people like handfuls, if people like pretzels, do you. Undo me. Shout out to you, bro.
Bronx Boy says bananas, but
no, I'm not a banana guy.
I don't like bananas either.
No, not really. No. Bruce Dove in the bill. What's up, my man? Marsh, I'm a Spurs fan, but I respect you. Take care. Shout out to you, Bruce. Shout out to you, man. Look, I couldn't imagine how I'd be feeling right now if the New York Knicks were not 2026 NBA Finals champions and they lost the Spurs. I will say you are a better man than me because I would never show my face in a Spurs channel if we lost. But people of Texas, man, there's some good people. Shout out to Bruce. We appreciate you. That hat, I cannot agree with either. I guess we'll just be rivals in every single sport. But how about a rematch next year? I think that'd be pretty cool. Appreciate you, Bruce. Thanks for being a real one, bro. 400 people in the building. I think the NBA draft's about to get kicked off. If you're ready for the draft, you're ready to see the Knicks add another superstar. Is there anybody from Villanova in this draft we can pick up?
They've been a little bit down in the dumps the last couple years, but I would not complain if we added 3 more Villanova Wildcats to the squad.
There was some chatter that Jalen Brown could potentially get traded. I mean, I knew being an NBA champion would be like the coolest thing ever. I didn't think that some of the things I would just experience would feel like this. I feel like I'm in a helicopter right now, and I'm in the air, and I'm watching all these people just scramble around and try to find a bunker and try to improve their team to beat the big dogs. We are the big dogs. The Boston Celtics admitted yesterday that we cannot beat the Knicks as currently constructed. We do not like our odds. You have already ended our season before. And I will go as far as to say they would be scared to meet us in the playoffs. They did that by offering Jalen Brown and not one but 2 first-round picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. They to put it into perspective, they are a married couple. They are the husband. Their wife knows they cheated. They think by telling the wife that they cheated that she is going to take them back. They told her, and they still broke up with her. They admitted that they couldn't beat the Knicks as currently constructed. They tried to improve the roster. They did not get the whale of Giannis Antetokounmpo, and now their house is broken. It is fractured. You cannot keep Jalen Brown on this team.
There's no
what are you
way
going to do? Hey, come on back. Come on back. We tried to trade you for Giannis. I know we did. I'm sorry, but we want to still have you on this team.
We were kidding. Don't worry. Those were just people made that up. That was a rumor. Don't believe it.
That was unbelievable yesterday. And then he goes to Miami, who, respectfully, congrats. You are now playing for the Milwaukee Heat. They are the same exact team. It's luck. Giannis, one player, and a bunch of nobodies.
Good luck with the spacing on that team as well, man. Like, those are 2 phenomenal players, but it's going to be like a traffic jam in the paint when the Heat play.
All these people, they're like little fire ants scrambling around, and I just stand 600 feet above them, and I'm like, you guys are peasants. You guys are embarrassing yourselves. And the cherry on top, Julius Randle traded to the Brooklyn Nets. Are you kidding me? I have never laughed at an NBA push notification about a transaction out loud. I like belly laughed, and I'm like, wait, because I was with my guy Patrick
Is this real?
Seaton,
Yeah.
and I first read it as I got notification before him, and I'm like, oh my God, you are not going to believe this. And he's like, what? He doesn't pick up his phone. I'm like, I think you guys, he's a Bulls fan. I'm like, I think y'all just traded for Randall. Like, I read it wrong. It was a 3-team deal, but it read horrible tweet from Shams, by the way.
Yeah.
I was like, you guys just traded for Randall.
I still didn't understand, like, in this morning, like, what,
the Bulls gave up nothing.
Who was giving up what and who was getting what. It wasn't clear.
But Randall back to New York. I don't know if you guys saw the video.
No, they were done with New York.
Their wife, they were done with New York.
Hopefully he
trashed New York on the way out. And Kaiden Randall, he's a kid, bless his heart. But the video of him being shown like the Brooklyn Nets stuff, and he's crying.
I don't like them. I don't like them.
I mean, yesterday was as good as it gets, guys. We're the champs, man. We're the champs. I've let Smitty know 100 times that the Boston Celtics have not traded for Giannis, just in case he didn't know that. It's been unbelievable. We the plug. What up, champs? What up, champ? Shout out to boss man Leon and Uncle Wes. Yeah, shout out to Leon Rose. Shout out to Worldwide West, man. Keep doing it. Just keep on. Whatever they're doing, just keep doing it. Unreal. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. If you're ready for the NBA draft, as the Washington Wizards are officially on the clock, each pick is a 5-minute period. I think we already know it's going to be AJ Dybansta.
He's been the favorite. There's been some other guys floated around. Peterson, Boozer, a long shot, but I think Dybansta is the favorite to go number 1 overall.
Spen says, I heard this is the chat of champions. No, yep. This is the chat of the champs. Yep, you are in the right place. Welcome, champ. Welcome. Johnson, you says, Marshall, can you stop hating on Julius Randle? Yeah, I had a tweet today that some people probably didn't like, but you know what? As you guys all know, I'm not a Julius Randle fan, and I just had to come out and say it because I'm a champ and nobody can tell me anything at this point. I said I'll never get the Julius Randle love from the Knicks fans. He literally told us to go F ourselves with a middle finger, and then he never showed up at a big spot, took plays off on defense, was a selfish player, and I am tired of, but Marshall, he came here when nobody else did. Yeah, we offered him $25 million when nobody else would offer him more than $18 million. Of course he came here. Like, I'm not a Randle guy. I never have, never will, never was. and this will be the last thing, I don't want to kick on him when he's down. He is the epitome of the dynasty starts after you guy. Like, he was like, oh, wait, we traded Randall? We can actually think the Knicks are going to win a championship.
Yeah.
Because there's no one in their right mind that actually believed Julius Randle was a championship-level player.
Yeah, he had some highs with the Knicks, but I think those were not sustainable level of play that he had at his apex with the Knicks, and I think that the Timberwolves are realizing that that's not really the player that he is, and that's why they sent him out of town. So,
shout out to my guy Reggie in the building. Says, hey, Marsh, it's Reggie. It was an honor to see you at the party. Hopefully you come back out for another championship party. Reggie, thanks for pulling up to the party. And anybody that came out to Sadie's Ward last week for a Knicks Now meetup, that was a blast, man. That was one of the best days of my life. That was awesome. I'll forever remember Parade Day. I'll forever remember everybody getting to meet y'all. That was a blast, man. I didn't think that something like that. Like, from my point of view, it's like, oh, okay, we see how many people watch the videos, but it's sometimes hard to compute, like, oh, it's actual people as well. And then it's like when we got to meet all of y'all, it's like unreal.
Yeah, the kind words from everyone, like like you said, you can even read a positive comment, but actually hearing someone say, like, they watch and appreciate what we do is awesome. So makes it a lot easier. Fired up to come in and do it. So
shout out to you, Reggie. Shout out to everybody. We appreciate y'all. We got a 3-point goal. Alvin, you bang! Alvin, you. What up, champ? What up, champ? Says, how's it going, champ? No, you're the champ. You're
Alvin,
the champ.
you.
Says, incredible that Vegas still has the Knicks' longer odds than Boston to win the championship. I saw that this morning, Alvin, and I'm just like, what is this? Is this like the Notre Dame like tax that goes on betting odds in football? It was ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The fact that they thought that getting Giannis would make them better than us is even more ridiculous, but is what it is. It says, Knicks continue to get disrespected. I love it, though. That's more motivation. It is. It's one thing to be the hunter. It's another thing to be the hunted. But when you're the hunted and they continue to stack the chips on your shoulder, and you got a leader like Jalen Brunson who always goes to the buffet with his belly unfull, like, I'll take our chances next year. Get your bets in now if you do that type of stuff responsibly, of course. The odds are laughable. They are laughable. We just finished the postseason on a 15-1 run. 15-1 run. They literally just had the most dominant playoff run of all time. And this league has been a league for like 75 plus years. It's insane. It's insane. But yeah, keep doubting us. Keep doubting us. Keep doing it. I love it. Absolutely love it. You don't think Jalen Brunson sees this stuff? You don't see Josh Hart doesn't see this stuff? Like, come on. They're ready. They'll be ready to go. They'll be ready to go. As the pick is in for the Washington Wizards.
let us know who you guys think it is. Who is going to be the pick at number 1 overall for Washington? It will be Dybansta. It will be Boozer. It will be Peterson. Outside shot Wilson, but not many people giving him a chance there. He's expected widely to go 4th overall to the Bulls, but those are kind of the consensus top 4 guys in this draft.
My guy John Connor in the building. What up, John Connor? My guy pulled up to the party. John Connor was the party at the party. Shout out to him. He was bringing all the good vibes. Mr. Williams says, Marsh, let him doubt. Let's see if it translates to another ring. I know, but I got to say something, too. You see all these people saying it. I got to say something, too. Here we go with the first pick of the 2026 NBA Draft. The Washington Wizards select AJ Dybansta, the forward out of BYU. So in what is being called one of the most stacked NBA drafts in recent memory, AJ Dybansta is the first overall pick. And I watched every minute of BYU versus Texas this year. I think that was in the official NCAA tournament because I had a little bit of cheddar on AJ Dybansta to win. He was playing an NBA game while everyone else was playing a college game. He is a 6'9", long, wiry wing that just bullies his way to the rim and bulldozes through the defense. Like, he just has a knack for putting the ball in the basket. Over 25.5 points per game last year for BYU. I don't remember if he was the number 1 or number 2 recruit coming out of high school last year, but he got paid a boatload of money to go to BYU. And like, when you think of some of the high scoring, high athleticism wings in NBA history, like, people think that AJ Dybansta could be that type of player. Special ability. I think that maybe someone like Darryn Peterson might be a better pro right away, but the ceiling for AJ Dybansta is the highest of anybody in this class. He is a 3-level scorer. I mean, he's a special player, man. And the Washington Wizards are putting together a squad. They bring back Trae Young. They still have Anthony Davis. They have Alex Sarr, who's like a top 2 or 3 pick a couple of years ago. Dybansta was the first freshman to lead D1 in scoring since Trae Young in 2018. That's now his teammate. It'd be cool to see if Washington could be good, because they are a team that has some history in this league. I think Dybansta is going to be the real deal. I do.
Yeah, he just looks the part, like you said, has that frame, has that ability, like those ball skills that Vinny, that you can't teach. The ability to handle the basketball, shoot the basketball, pass the basketball, has the ability to kind of raise the floor and the ceiling of the guys around him, and has the ability to be dynamic. And like you said, with Washington kind of adding those veterans in Davis and Young, the pressure is not on him to exactly be that number 1 option right away. They can kind of ease him in, have some talent around him, and like you said, building a lot with some recent draft picks, trying to kind of balance that veteran and young core that they got going over there in Washington. So we'll see, but chance for them to kind of flip the script starting this season.
Yeah, I mean, look, was Sarr the second pick a couple of years ago?
Pick, yeah.
So yeah, the second pick and the first pick on your team. Like, you want to talk about ways to try to rebuild a franchise, it's that right there. And AJ Dybansta is a hell of a player, man. I'm excited to see what he could do in the National Basketball League. I know some people in the chat are saying he's 6'10". Look, 6'10", 6'9". He's a big forward, man. Like, it's not that much of a difference. But yeah, we got him at 6'8.5", 217 pounds, 7-foot wingspan, 8'10" standing reach, a 42-inch max vertical. That's the 98th percentile of all athletes in this draft. Rigoberto.
We had Cliff.
Oh my gosh, Andrew Connell just literally drew me off sides, but he was the one. The quarterback was doing too much. Flag on the offense. We got a 3-point goal. Clifford Niles. Bang! Shout out to Clifford Niles. $50 super chat. Appreciate you, champ. I appreciate you, bro. Says, yo, what up, AC and Marsh? It still feels like a dream that we are champs. Now it's time for the Giants to wake up and get one. Yeah. I still can't believe it, Clifford Niles. We are NBA champions. Every day I wake up and I'm like, wow, we actually did it. We're actually champs, and it does not feel real. But it is. And we're the champs, and now we're atop of the mountain, and it's time to defend that. So it's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy, but tonight is day one of defending that title. Whatever moves you make today will be the foundation of what your team looks like, because it will not be the same team. Still have the same guys, same starting 5, but bench will look different. The roster will look different. The makeup, the mental will all be a little bit different, but I'm excited for it, man. And yeah, if the Giants could ever get one, a lot of people would ask me, Marsh, what do you want? The Giants or Knicks title? And I'd be like, I don't know, man. Probably, I don't know. But now that the Knicks got one, it's like, well, I want a Giants one now. So that's on one of my lists. But going back to back, that'd be pretty dang sweet. As the Utah Jazz are going to pick Darryn Peterson, the guard out of Kansas, with the number 2 overall selection. So chalk to the first 2 picks. Dybansta was expected to go 1. Darryn Peterson was expected to go 2, and that is how these unfold. Darryn Peterson is such an interesting prospect. because he was by far and away the best player in college basketball last year, the most skillful player in college basketball. When he played, it just looked a little bit different. And even when they played, they being Kansas played BYU, he got the best of AJ Dybansta. But, like, why did he miss so many games? Why did he come out of halftime? Did he always want to be there? Did he want to play? Does he want to compete? Does he love basketball because he loves basketball, or does he love basketball because he's good at basketball? I think there's a major difference there. But the skills, the talent, the potential, all that is unquestionable with this guy. He's unreal. There's nights he'll look like Dwayne Wade. There's nights that he could look like Bradley Beal. You see some Devin Booker. You see some Kobe Bryant. You see some Derrick Rose sometimes. Like, when you think of like that scoring two guard, that is Darryn Peterson. And some people believe he could play point guard as well. That's what he played in high school, and maybe they do that in Utah. Him and Keontae George in Utah, like, they're building some. So, Darryn Peterson, you are a Utah Jazz.
So grade the pick of Darryn Peterson, and you can grade both picks as well. You want to specify Dybansta Peterson. Like you said, expected to kind of chalk 1-2 there, but A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know what you're thinking of those first two picks, as Memphis will be on the clock at number 3 overall. And widely expected they will go with Cam Boozer here, but we'll see if that is reality.
Could be Cameron Boozer. He is the odds-on favorite to be the pick here. Wouldn't be shocked if it's Caleb Williams. But
Wilson.
Caleb Wilson, yeah, excuse me. But yeah, one of those two guys, and probably will be Cameron Boozer. Yeah, I mean, Darryn Peterson, as natural of a scorer as you're going to see, like, he just puts the ball in the bucket. He can just do it from 3. He can play off the catch. He can get into the lane. He can create. He can get to the rim. Like, he's just a special, special player. And he, as well as Dybansta and Boozer and Wilson, they're the reason that people look at this draft and say this is one of the best in recent memory.
Yeah, it's the high end, the top end talent. These early picks, not necessarily the depth that you may see later on in the draft. So,
shout out to our guy James Yoder, CEO of Chat Sports. Because all of you have been showing so much love to our championship merch, he wanted to run back the sale of the century for the real ones, as he is calling it. If you buy any of our 3 championship items only, when you go to chatsports.com/Knicks Now, chatsports.com/Knicks Now, buy any 3 items that we're about to show you: the Jalen Brunson 1A shirt, the OG Anunoby OMFG, the tip and tap of the century, and the World Champion shirt. If you buy all 3 of these shirts, you will save $20. If you buy 2 of those shirts and you want to get a poster as well, you will still save $20. So, of any of the 4 items we showed you, if you buy 3 of them, you'll save $20. You'll essentially get one for like 95% off. We have been able to sell so many of these shirts because you guys have been supporting us like crazy, and I know it's a craze right now to get Knicks championship merch. We are officially restocked. We are locked and loaded. I think we got some of the best stuff out there. Forever remember the season and support Chat Sports. It's chatsports.com/Knicks Now. Buy any 3 items of our championship collection and save $20. The pick is in for the Memphis Grizzlies, and they are going with Cameron Boozer of Duke, the son of Carlos Boozer, if you did not know, which I think is pretty obvious at this point. Cam Boozer, I think, is a really good player. I do kind of wonder, 7 years from now, who is Cameron Boozer? I think of these 3 players that have been drafted, he has the highest floor of all of them. Like, there's a chance that AJ Dybansta could be a bust. There's a chance that Darryn Peterson could be a bust. I don't think there's any way in the world that Cameron Boozer is going to be a bust. Like, just too much skill. You match the size, the athleticism with the skill that he has, just like the baseline of what he's got. There's no way that he is going to be a guy that's out of the league before he signs a second contract. Strong, physical frame that he uses well to bully opponents and rebound at a high rate. Intriguing passing ability with an extremely high feel for finding the open man. He's not like the most gifted athlete, but like, I guess when I say that, he's not a vertical athlete. He's not jumping through the roof. But when you talk about balance, you talk about strength, you talk about side-to-side agility, not the best in the world, but definitely at an NBA level. Like, I get shades of like a less athletic, more polished skill like Aaron Gordon with him. And Aaron Gordon's a really, really good player. And he could be better than that as well. But this guy's going to be a good player in this league. I wonder what does he look like in 7 years? Does he turn it? Can he be the best player on a championship team? Maybe.
Yeah, I think, like you said, the floor is super, super high. Like, I think his worst case scenario is he is a productive off the bench player. That is his 0%. If he does not improve one bit, he is going to be a rotation level, high level rotation role player in the NBA. But he has a ceiling for so much more. He looked like way more than that at Duke, dominated the competition, put up those numbers that we showed you, dominant numbers, and really didn't have too many bad games. His bad game was maybe 19 and 6, like that was his bad game. So, and for a team like Memphis, if they do decide to move off John Morant, they're going to need kind of that face of the franchise, a guy that can carry it on. I think he has all those intangibles as well. So we'll see what the next pick is. These top three go pretty much as expected, and the Bulls will be on the clock, expected to take Wilson. But we'll see if they kind of go through with that.
Yeah, could be Caleb Wilson. I think that is the expectation here for the Chicago Bulls. What an interesting move they go ahead and make last night as well. They essentially get Nick Claxton for nothing. Claxton was looked at as a player that, like, 3 years ago, that could be a part of like the foundation of a championship winning team. When he was on that team with Kyrie and KD, he was like their defensive presence. There was talks that he should have been in the defensive player of the year conversation as well. Has not lived up to the juice last couple of years. Some people view him as a negative asset. But long, lengthy, athletic, rim running, and a guy that showed defensive potential as well. Randall goes back to New York. He'll be in Brooklyn. And then the Timberwolves. Essentially, they dumped Julius Randle.
Salary dump.
To be able to sign Ayo Dosunmu to a long-term deal. And now they have the option to use that full taxpayer mid-level exception as well in free agency. So we'll see what they do.
Trying to reshuffle that roster around Anthony Edwards and make the most of his prime and build themselves into a contender. We'll see if they have subsequent moves coming to try and after the Randall trade. So,
Bulls on the clock. Caleb Wilson, the player that a lot of people think is going to go in this spot. 6'9" and a quarter inch, 210 pounds, 7-foot wingspan, 9-foot standing reach. Still just 19 years old. Had a season-ending injury. Where he didn't get to play in the NCAA tournament. On March 6th, it was announced that Wilson will require season-ending surgery to repair a broken thumb, suffered while dunking a ball in practice. I mean, you just watch the Caleb Wilson tape, and he kind of just moves a little bit different. Like, you talk about the best athlete in this class, it is Caleb Wilson, in my opinion. Like, a little Giannis-y. Like, Amari Stoudemire, like athleticism for him.
What I did see of him was that game, one of the games against Duke. He played, he was like the best player on the floor. He took over, he carried that team. And you want a guy, especially if you're a team like Chicago, when you kind of need a dog, you need a 1A guy, quote unquote, to use the term. Wilson, you want a guy who's going to step up in the biggest games. He did that. He put the Tar Heels on his back. So that gives me confidence in his ability. Even if he still has some things about his game he needs to round out, that he's going to be a good pro player, and I think it's a home run pick for the Bulls if they go with Wilson here. But we'll see. If you have someone else you disagree, let us know what you think about what the Chicago Bulls could do here at 4th overall. But if they do go with Wilson, then the next storyline is the draft. Okay, it's going to start at pick number 5. There's that's kind of where all these mock drafts go off the chain a little bit. They start pointing in different directions. Different guys have different teams. The Clippers really hold the cards there at 5, assuming that the Bulls take Wilson, which has been the long-rumored selection and pairing here.
And there it officially is. Caleb Wilson is going to be the pick for the Chicago Bulls at number 4. So what was expected to be the top 4 is the top 4 of this class. And Caleb Wilson is the one that I think still has the most way to go. A little bit raw compared to the other 3 guys, but a ceiling that's just as high as any of them. Eye-popping athleticism and coordination to handle and finish passes in lobs. Great recovery defensively. Gets up to make some ridiculous blocks. Like that's his trait right away, is his athleticism will flash on offense and in transition. But he's going to be a defensive impact player early on in his NBA career. He's going to be able to guard 2 through 5 at 6'9", and that 7-foot wingspan. Still found a way. Like we talk about, he's a little bit raw and needs to get better when it comes to shooting, passing, and dribbling, but still almost 20 points per game as a 19-year-old in the ACC last year. Got to improve the outside shot, though. 3-ball has to get a little bit better, and you could say that probably about every single young guy in this draft. But if Caleb Wilson does want to become a all-star, all-NBA, MVP candidate, the offensive game has to take a serious leap. But right away, athleticism, transition, defense. He's going to make a major impact to the Bulls, who are putting together a pretty interesting roster. They have another first-round pick coming up. I think it's number 15 overall, so they'll be back on the clock. But first 4 picks of the draft, AJ Dybansta goes to the Washington Wizards. Darryn Peterson to the Utah Jazz. Cameron Boozer going to team up with John Morant in Memphis. And Caleb Wilson, the North Carolina Tar Heel. Wasn't there one guy that was a Tar Heel and then played for the Bulls that was pretty good?
Pretty good. His name is next to Jalen Brunson a lot of stats,
I think I always see that. They say Jalen Brunson's the first player to do this in the playoffs since Michael Jordan, whoever that is.
He must be pretty good, that Jordan guy. He's next to Jalen Brunson a lot. So
it's like Jordan and Brunson and then no one else. That's all I see.
No one else. Certainly no one from team in Boston. But all right, this is, like we said, is where the draft starts. Clippers on the clock at 5. Let us know what you think and who you think the pick is going to be. These are some of the best available players. You got Darius Acuff Jr., guard out of Arkansas. LeBaron Philon Jr. out of Alabama. Yaxel Lendeborg, Michigan forward. Mikal Brown Jr. Those are the top 4 available, and you go a little bit down. It could really, some of these guys could be the pick. I mean, the projections are all over the place. You got Mara from Michigan, the big man, another Michigan big, and Mo Johnson Jr. Wagler is a guy you talked about, Marsh. You thought might go number 5 to the Clippers, and Kingston Flemings out of Houston was an impressive freshman and declared for the draft after his first season. So
I like Wagler, man. I do. I see him as an offensive engine. But my favorite player on the board is Darius Acuff. I love Darius Acuff. I think that he gives you almost reminds me of Darren Williams from back in the day. A little bit bigger of a guard, can score at will, can get to the lane. He kind of drives with his shoulders over his knees, where he's looking like a pit bull, just getting to the rim, creates his shot. He's a Calipari guard. I really do like Darius Acuff. I don't know if he goes 5 to the Clippers. We'll find out. I also like Yaxel Lendeborg as well. I know he's a little bit older of a prospect, and he was 23 years old, where he dominated a bunch of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, but you just watched the Michigan Wolverines play basketball last year, that guy looks a little bit different.
Yeah, it's easy to see his game translating over to the NBA, the skills that he has, the shooting, the size, the strength. He almost seems like you could plug him on any team and it would help make that team better. So, you really, any team, I think, could use a guy like Lendeborg.
Yeah, we'll see. I think sometimes teams make a bigger deal about age of a prospect a little bit too much. If Lendeborg's a good player and he's pro ready and he's able to jump in and contribute right away, like, since when is that a bad thing? Clippers have been linked to, I've seen a couple of different players. I've seen some guards go to them.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a reset for them. They send James Harden to the Cavaliers. They still do have Kawhi Leonard. They come back. They get Darius Garland back. But if you're the Clippers, you haven't picked this high in a long time. Like, you really need to nail this pick and get a franchise-changing player if you are going to get this selection and use the selection as a player for your team. Could we see them? But I don't think there's been much rumors about them trying to trade the pick. But do we see a trade happen here? It's probably the first spot in the draft where you could potentially see one, even though it hasn't been rumored as likely. So, be interesting to see, but like we said, it's kind of where the draft really starts here at number 5 overall. And they got this pick from the Pacers as well in that Ivica Zubac trade. So they were lucky a little bit. They had the ping pong balls bounce their way because they had a chance of losing this pick to Indiana.
We had a plug, says, I hope Cat keeps his word about taking a pay cut. Yeah, so I do want to kind of clear the air on that video that everybody saw of Karl-Anthony Towns talking to Shannon Sharpe on his podcast. That was before he got traded to the Knicks. Before Cat was traded to the Knicks, Shannon asked him, would you take a $100 million pay cut? And Towns says, if we all get into a room and talk about it and everybody's about it to keep the team together, he says, why not? So, there we go. Like, I don't know if his same thoughts apply to now the team in New York. I'm not 100% sure. But I think there should be a conversation of Brunson on your next deal. Are you going to take another pay cut? Towns, are you going to take a little bit of a haircut?
Pay cut.
What?
Pay cut.
Haircut. Never heard of that?
No, I have not heard of that.
Yeah, well, haircut on your deal.
Oh, all right. I thought you
get out from under that rock.
I thought you just had that clean cut on your mind. So
no, never heard of that. Take a haircut.
Oh.
Yeah. So if everyone, OG, I know he just signed a deal and Bridges just signed a deal, but Hart's coming up. He's going to be extension eligible. Karl-Anthony Towns is extension eligible. I mean, let's be honest. Knicks should not pay Karl-Anthony Towns $65 million per year. It just should not happen. I don't think that would be a smart thing to do. I know we just won a championship with him, but can't pay Karl-Anthony Towns 2 times the amount of money you're paying Jalen Brunson. That's not how you build another winner. So, yeah, of course I want everyone on the team to take a pay cut. That would help the Knicks build the best team possible. But we know how the professional sports work. Everybody's about getting their bag, and I totally get that as well.
Yeah, listen, they've got a feeling and a sense of what that championship feeling is like. They are all champions, and if they can all agree to kind of everyone sacrifice a little bit and try and keep this group together, they can have the chance to build something special in New York. We'll see if they can work that all out, but I think that question is not going to get answered today, tomorrow, or in the immediate future. So I think the immediate future is for the Knicks to either try and retain some guys that are free agents, whether it's Robinson, Shamet, some of those other guys, or what kind of player are they going to add to the team here tonight with their first-round pick if they do select at 24 overall.
Yeah, God in them streets. I don't know what's going on. On our end, it says it's good. There's people that are watching at the Chat Sports Studios that say it's good. Are we lagging or are we buffering? Let me know in the chat. I'd say maybe we're trying to refresh the feed. I'm not 100% sure, but on our end, it says it's good. So maybe it's a YouTube issue. I'm sorry about that. The pick is in for LA. There was some chatter that they were maybe trying to move the pick. They will not. They'll stick in pick, and it'll be Keaton Wagler, the point guard out of Illinois. 6'5", 188 pounds. He is skinny. He's going to have to put on some weight. He's also 19 years old. He is still a young man, and he's going to continue to grow and develop. But when you talk about point guard, handling the rock, setting the table, forcing his way to the rim, able to knock in shots from three-point lane, create his own shot, all that, Keaton Wagler could do that. I see some LaMelo Ball in his game. I see some Steph Curry in his game. I know he's not Steph Curry, but like that same type of play style. as well. He's going to be a good player for LA. I think it'll be a very interesting pairing with him and Darius Garland. I don't really love that, to be honest with you, but in the NBA draft, you shouldn't draft, especially in the top 10, you should just draft the best player. You shouldn't draft the best player that fits your roster. That's how you get into some trouble. But last year, Wagler averaged almost 18 points, 5 and 4, shot 6 threes a night, knocked down a 39.7% clip. Wagler, he was the Jerry West Award winner for Shooting Guard of the Year. I think he's got a little bit more point guard in his game than shooting guard, but yeah, I'm a fan of his, and I feel like he's a little bit taller than 6'5". You just look at him out there. I don't know if it's just because he's so rail thin and skinny, but he looks sometimes like 6'7" out there. Creative passer, great ball handler, gets into the rim, can finish with either hand. He's creative. I'm a fan of his. I think he'll be a good player in this league.
Yeah, and kind of like a little bit of a meteoric rise for Wagler as well. Wasn't a super highly touted recruit coming out of high school. I mean, still, obviously, to go to Illinois and play on their team and kind of make an impact early on, like this guy wasn't kind of out of nowhere, but he wasn't like they weren't projecting him at this spot a year ago before the NCAA season started. So a big rise for him to end up going 5th overall in what's considered a very strong draft. And we'll see if he can help the Clippers kind of into that post-James Harden era. Maybe they're trying to still win with Kawhi Leonard if they hold on to him. We'll see how that goes for them.
The Brooklyn Nets are now on the clock here. I'm kind of hoping they don't take Darius Acuff because that is my guy, and I will be forced to not like him. But, yeah, I like Acuff. Acuff and Randall would be like Jalen Brunson in, like, his first phase of, like, a Pokemon playing with Julius Randle. But I like Acuff a lot, man. He could score it. I think he could be someone that has, like, the face of your franchise, be a leader. He's a winner. I was listening to Coach Cal talk about him, and there was a game that he got hurt, and he continued to play in, and he got like 40, and he should have not have got back into the game because he was hurt. And then Cal was like, let's take the next game off. He's like, I'm playing the next game. We just lost. We got to win. That's the guy I was projected to go in the lottery then. So I got respect for Acuff, and we'll see if he goes here. Still some really, really good players on the board. Nets just made a big trade to land Julius Randle. He'll be their offensive engine this year. They still have 3 first-round picks coming their way from the New York Knicks. But we'll see. Who cares about the Nets? I was listening to Bill Simmons and someone talk about it's like, who's rooting for the Nets at this point? Especially like people that are
how many diehard Nets fans are
like
out there?
10 years old and younger. Like if you thought you were a Nets fan, like you're now a Knicks fan. Like you're riding with the cool team in the city. There's that he made a good point. They should be the team that goes to Seattle, or they should be the team that goes to Las Vegas. Like it's a one-team city. It's a one-team city.
There we go. Shout out to everyone here. 600-plus people hanging out with us for round 1 of the draft. You want the Knicks to repeat as champions next year. Make sure to hit that thumbs-up icon. We're trying to get everyone in here and build up the crowd. So when the Knicks do select, we got a lot of Knicks fans in here to celebrate and help welcome the next guy to the New York Knicks later on tonight. So make sure you hit that thumbs-up icon. 100% free. Helps us out as well. Got about 230 likes right now. Let's try and run that number up a little bit.
Darius Acuff, Kingston Flemings, Braden Berries, Michael Brown, and Ade Mara. Some of the headliners that are the best still on the board. We got LeBaron Philon, Yaxel, Lindeborg. I like Yaxel a lot, but I don't think he's a net.
Yeah, and if you're the Nets, like, you took, I think they had 5 first-rounders last year. A lot of them were later on in the round, but you didn't really get anyone out of that. They got Dioman early on, and then they got a lot of guys in the late first round. You don't really have a face of your franchise, so I think you got to swing for the fences here if you're Brooklyn. And unfortunately, maybe that is Acuff. I know there's some fans of Mikal Brown Jr. able to do a similar type of thing. If I had to pick, I'd probably think they go one of those 2 guys, just that lead guard to try and ignite their offense. But we'll see. We'll see what they decide to go with at number 6 overall. And the pick is in And
It'll be Mikal Brown. Mikal Brown Jr., guard out of Louisville. 6'3.5", 20 years old. Averaged 18.2 points per game last year. Got a lot of threes up, almost 8 attempts per night. And he knocked in his shots at a 41% clip. Twitchy athlete with a deep bag to create and drill shots off the dribble. Flashes of active hands on defense to create steals. He'll be tested early on with a skinny frame, but has the size to add more mass. I'll say this. If you wanted to take a guard and you don't take Darius Acuff, okay, if you say so. Positional size is a major plus for him. He can play the 1. He can play the 2 a little bit as well. Modern NBA guard. He's either launching a 3 or getting to the rim. Shot 65.3% at the rim this year. So for a smaller guy, that's a really good percentage. Draws a lot of fouls as well. A lot of upside as a passer. Jumper mechanics are nice. He will be an above-average three-point shooter in the NBA, and he's got limitless range as well. Our comp for him here at Chat Sports is Kobe White, so we'll see if he lives up to that. If you're in Kobe White with the 6th pick, though, I'd be a little bit upset. We'll see, though. We'll see. Mikal Brown, a Brooklyn net. He'll be the next net to lose to the New York Knicks.
That's it. Yeah, I hope he likes losing and being on the worst team in his own city. Sacramento Kings, Mike Brown's former squad on the clock. And before they make their selection, we will tell you about our presenting sponsor for today's show, and that is Prize Picks. Shout out to Prize Picks. Today's show is brought to you by Prize Picks, the presenting sponsor at Chat Sports and Knicks Now with the NBA Draft, and then summer continuing. So many sports going on, soccer, baseball, all of it. There's no better time to get hooked up with Prize Picks, and I'll tell you this, the app is super easy to use. All you got to do is pick more or less on a few player stats and lock in your lineup. And Prize Picks also has team picks as well. I know we focus on lineups here, but you can get involved with that as well. Baseball and soccer going on, and if you are in the U.S., there's a lot of craze going on about the soccer going on, and you can lock in a pick for them with the team picks from Prize Picks. Right now, 1.85x multiplier to win 36. Make sure you use promo code HMA. When you play your first $5, you're going to get $50 in lineups, but use that team picks feature from Prize Picks, and you would be able to see this before we got on the stream if you followed me on the social feed feature at @Connell. Marshall's at @MarshallGreen_. Shout out to Prize Picks for being the presenting sponsor of Knicks Now and Chat Sports. Get hooked up with them. Promo code HMA.
Shout out to Prize Picks, support the show, support the sponsor. Download the app, create an account, use that promo code HMA. And when you play your first $5 lineup, you're going to get $50 in lineups instantly. All right, so the Sacramento Kings are now on the clock here. Scott Perry, former New York Knicks front office member, is leading the charge for Sacramento now, and there has been a long connection between Scott Perry and Darius Acuff as a potential duo, and it sounds like that potential duo is going to happen. Darius Acuff, you are a Sacramento King with the 7th pick in round 1 of the 2026 NBA Draft. Sacramento Kings select the guard out of Arkansas, Darius Acuff Jr. You talk about a bucket getter. You talk about someone that has a scoring mindset, an assassin's mentality. That is Darius Acuff. Effortless scorer who matched volume with efficiency at Arkansas. He creates for his teammates well, and he runs the pick and roll with great control. Sometimes could get a little bit lost on defense, and he maybe got taken advantage of a little bit on that side of the ball. But I think that if he gets in the right system and a coach and a winning environment in Sacramento, that you'll be able to get more on the defensive end from him. But this guy is going to be a walking 20-7, I think, in the prime of his career as a point guard. Gave you 23.5 points per night in the SEC last year, nearly 6.5 dimes to go with that. Shot 44% from 3. Gives me some Damian Lillard vibes as well. Like, you talk about all these scoring guards that have been some of the best to do it in this league. He's right up there with him. Not like Jalen Brunson. That's not fair to compare him to him. But Darius Acuff, He's a baller, man. And Sacramento gets a guy that they could build around, that they could wrap their arms around. I think they need to be a spot in their franchise where maybe they kind of tear it down more than try to patch things together. But Acuff, a good building block there. I'm a fan of his, and I'll be watching his career as it gets unfolded there in Sacktown.
Let's go. Shout out to our guy MVF coming in with a $2 super chat. Says, what does Mo Diawara average next season? Go Knicks.
Yeah, I think that'll obviously depend on how many minutes that he does play each night. But 7 points, 8 points. Can he play a consistent 18 minutes per night? Does he play in all 82 games next year? No need to hide him at this point going forward. But yeah, I like Mo Diawara. I think as Knicks fans, we all see the talent. We all see the ceiling with him. I mean, 6'9", 6'10", 7-foot wingspan, wing who can shoot the lights out and can put the ball on the deck and has showed off some pretty crafty moves on the offensive end below the free throw line. I remember one where he looked like Siakam. He drove to the rim and he had that baseline spin, fall away bucket and got it to fall. Mo Diawara, man. I don't know what his ceiling is, but I'm glad he's on our team. I'm glad he's on our team.
I think the exciting thing about Diawara, like you said, Knicks fans saw, it's also how much he improved, from the beginning of the season to the end of the season when he was getting regular minutes. That's the exciting thing is now they have him signed for multiple years. How much better is he going to continue to get? Just the confidence and his offensive skills, his ball handling, his shooting ability. As Mike Brown trust him and put him in real situations. Excited to see the growth from him, and they obviously believe in him if they're going to try and bring him back on a multi-year deal, and I think the Knicks fans should believe in him as well.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be a path for him to play a lot and every night as well. Are you going to bring back Landry Shamet? Sounds like at this point it might be a little bit doubtful that ends up happening. And I love Landry Shamet, and I don't think that Mo Diawara is the same player as Shamet, but you get bigger. You're a bigger team with Diawara out there, and you put a lineup with Diawara, Anunoby, and Bridges, and you are long and you are lanky, and you have some defensive-minded players as well. And Diawara is only going to get better and better and better. You can't even see his ceiling. He's barely even scratching the surface.
There you go. Shout out to you, MVF, coming in with the super chat. We appreciate that.
Appreciate you, man. Do want to remind everybody that our championship gear here at Knicks Now by Chat Sports is on sale. I know there's been a lot of fuss about getting Knicks NBA Finals championship gear. Well, we are locked and loaded with ours. And if you buy any 3 items from our championship collection, which includes this World Championship t-shirt with a picture of every single player on it, our OG Taps It Up and In t-shirt, and our Jalen Brunson 1A t-shirt, What Up Becky, as well as the poster of the t-shirt. If you buy any of those 3 items, if you buy 3 of them, you'll save $20 on your entire purchase. Go to chatsports.com/KnicksNow. That's chatsports.com/KnicksNow. Support the show. Get some sweet championship merch to forever remember the 2026 season and championship for the New York Knicks.
There we go. Like Marshall said, chatsports.com/KnicksNow. I've put that in the comment section. It's also the pinned comment on today's show. So you just click that link. If it doesn't work the first time, make sure you refresh it, add 3 items to your cart, and you'll see the savings roll in. $20.
All right, so now the Atlanta Hawks are on the clock here with the number 8 overall selection, and the pick is in, and they are taking the guard out of Houston, Kingston Flemings, and it's a really good pick. I watched a lot of Kingston Flemings this past year for the Cougs in H-Town, and they need another point guard, and this is one that can do that. He runs the show. He plays defense. He's a scorer. Atlanta's getting a good baseline together, man. I could see him starting in the backcourt and being the CJ McCollum replacement when he does eventually decide to hang it up. But Kingston Flemings, man, 5-star recruit coming out of high school. Texas, he was Mr. Basketball in Texas in 2025. Lightning quick off the bounce and really changed his speed up well to keep defenders off balance. He lived in the mid-range. 10.5 mid-range shots attempted last year. Really good player. Really good player. Needs to put some weight on. Only 6'2.5", 183 pounds, but he's a good player, man. The Hawks are getting it right. They seem to be figuring it out. We'll see. No ceilings. NBA Draft Guide says a speed demon who plays with a fantastic change of gear and the poise of an upperclassman guard. A bucket-getting machine who could unlock another galaxy with his two-way upside if the outside shot continues to progress. So another guard. What do you get? 4 guards in a row here with Keaton Wagler, Mikal Brown, Darius Acuff, and Kingston Flemings coming off the board, which means the Dallas Mavericks are on the board here with the number 9 overall selection. They just hired the coach from Michigan. I would not be shocked if they go ahead and take one of the Michigan Wolverines. There's 3 of them that we feel are still the best available here on the board at Chat Sports. Yaxel Lindeborg, big, strong wing athlete. Wow. Becky Hammon actually admitting she was wrong. Becky Hammon opens her pregame press conference by clearing the air, saying, "I was wrong. My opinion was wrong." Was that so hard?
There we go. But the Knicks fans, we did it. We finally got Becky to admit that she was wrong. And I think I'd like an apology from some people in the Chat Sports office as well, saying that what her earlier statements were enough of an apology to Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks when me, Brett Alper, Marshall as well, we were all kind of saying that she didn't really apologize. She didn't really want.
Well, I want to interrupt. I don't want an apology.
Yeah.
You don't have to apologize. Apology and saying you were wrong are well different things. Do you disagree with that?
No,
or?
I don't disagree with that.
I don't need you to apologize for your take. She said exactly what was needed to be said. I was wrong. My opinion was wrong. That's it. I don't need you to apologize for having the wrong opinion. But when your opinion is wrong and you were aggressive in your opinion, be as aggressive as you were in stating it as saying you were wrong. And that's it. I don't need to say I'm sorry for saying it. I'm not asking for that. Just admit you're wrong, and you did. I don't know if that's how you felt, but I don't think an apology is necessary.
I think that may not be the right word. The point I was trying to say is the energy that she gave when she was making the comments about Brunson as a player and what he could do did not seem to match the remarks made earlier today in saying that she was wrong or that her opinion was or her philosophy was not correct. And she kind of like almost, it was like a backhanded thing. She said he was an outlier, and that, like, to me, I almost took it as like, you're not really the guy that you just were, which was to lead the Knicks to a championship. So
I think when she said he was an outlier, as in like an outlier to the rule of can't be a small guard to win it.
Mm-hmm.
Outliers and Steph Curry and Isaiah Thomas, which is what she said.
Yeah. So she's kind of, to me, that's kind of ducking what she said in that she.
Not really, though, because she said Steph Curry, he's an outlier. Best shooter of all time. Well, Jalen Brunson's so damn good. He's an outlier of her philosophy of you can't be that small and be a 1A. I had problems with what she said at first, but neither of those were them. What she said that was a problem, in my opinion, was, well, all he did was prove NBA history wrong. No, he proved you wrong, Becky. He proved you wrong. Just like you said, I was wrong. My opinion was wrong. Shake hands. Thank you, Becky. You were wrong. That's all that needed to be said. She didn't apologize. I think people are mixing up apologizing and saying you were wrong because they are not the same thing at all. That is not the same thing at all. you don't have to apologize for having a wrong opinion. But when your opinion is proven wrong, you should say that you were wrong. You don't have to apologize for it. I don't want an apology for Becky Hammon. Stand on your shit, just like you stood on it before. Be loud, have the same energy, say you were wrong. That's all I think anyone is looking for. I want you to still believe that he's not good enough, Becky.
Yeah.
I want you to still believe that.
The outcry and pressure seems to have gotten to her because it seems to be almost distracting from her job as a coach in the WNBA because she had to address it at the beginning of her press conference.
Wait, I have a comment. Oh, to start. I was wrong. My opinion is wrong. Okay, let's go.
She is something though. She is she's a word that I can't say right now, but she sure is that. Jacob, what's up, man? Do you think Isaiah Evans should go to the Knicks? I like Isaiah Evans. He's a shooter. He could score off the bounce. The Knicks would definitely have interest in him. I think he's a good player. I think he's a good player for sure.
Shout out to you, Jacob. He's definitely a guy who's been linked to the Knicks with their picks in the NBA draft. So we'll see if that pairing ends up becoming a reality later on tonight. Appreciate the super chat. MVF comes back again, says, in my opinion, since 2020, the Knicks culture has been a mix of Duncan's Spurs and Curry's Warriors. Thoughts? Also, who takes the biggest 2027 leap? Kolek, Diawara, or Hukporti?
What do you think?
I'm going to say Diawara. I think Kolek, if they do not retain Jose Alvarado, I think Kolek is going to be become a more prominent rotation player, and I don't think it's necessarily a leap for him. Like I think when he came in this year, he was good, and it wasn't necessarily anything he did that kind of fall out of the rotation. Just Knicks had better options in front of him, so I don't think it necessarily would be a leap if he came in and played well. Like I think he was capable of doing it this past year. I think Diawara is the guy that's kind of continuing to improve and maybe has a little bit of a higher ceiling than Kolek. In terms of Hukporti, we'll see. I don't think he's gonna obviously hit more regular playing time. He could become a better player, but I don't see him improving drastically from what he is now. And that's not to say anything against him. I think he has some skills that are good, but I don't see him taking as big of a leap or being as impactful as those other two guys.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna say they got the Knicks culture. Yeah, I don't really know about all that. I think I see what you're trying to say, but the New York Knicks just had the best playoff run of all time. So I'm gonna like, as a proud fan, say that it's a different level than that. I know that they won more championships, and more championships might be coming this way, but the Knicks core, that was their team. That was their culture. So yeah, I'm gonna say it was more about the Knicks than a mix of anybody else. Because I feel like when you say that, and I know this isn't your intent, it's like kind of discrediting the sacrifice that Josh Hart and Karl-Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby and Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges made. They didn't do that to be like Duncan's Spurs or Curry's Warriors. They did that to be the best version of the Knicks. So I get what you're trying to say, but this team deserves their own label. This team deserves their own label is what I'll say on that. As what's his name? Dusty May?
Dusty
May bringing one of his Michigan Wolverines to Dallas. Mo Johnson Jr., the power forward out of Michigan, is heading to Dallas. I like Mo Johnson. 6'9", 250 pounds, big guy, powerful player with a broad frame, but also moves really well for his size. He has the athletic traits and motor to hold his own against all 5 positions on defense. His offensive ceiling will depend on his shooting. I thought he had good touch from the free throw line and down in the NCAA tournament. But where he shines and where he's going to make the most of his NBA career will be on the defensive side of the ball. At 6'9", he's got a 7'3" wingspan, almost a 9-foot standing reach, a max vertical leap of almost 40 inches. He's an athletic freak, and he can block shots. He can impact shots at the rim. He can patrol from block to block. He is a nice defensive player. We'll see what his offensive game grows into. But, yeah, Mo Johnson, he's got the juice on the defensive side of the ball. I like his game.
Yeah, what's fascinating to me about this pick is all 3 of those Michigan guys who were projected to be high first-round picks were available. And obviously Dusty May, the head coach, he's not necessarily making the personnel decisions for the Dallas Mavericks, but you have to think they took his opinion into account. And they pass on Mara and they pass on Lindeborg to take Johnson. So he thinks that at least the belief inside the Dallas building is that Johnson is going to be the best pro out of all those 3 Michigan guys, or any guy that was available at 9 overall for Dallas. So just kind of something interesting that I thought when that pick was made. But speaking of those 2 guys that we just talked about, still a good amount of high-quality players left in the NBA draft as we are on pick 10 right about now after Dallas just took Mo Johnson Jr., LeBaron Philon Jr., the guard out of Alabama, available. Lindeborg and Mara, like we just said, those 2 other guys out of Michigan. And then Braden Burry is a guy who was pretty much projected to be in the top 10. Now he's 1 selection away from falling out of the top 10. And some other guys that under consideration as well. Cameron Carr at Baylor, Dalen Swain, Texas, Kareem Lopez, the international prospect, and Haynes Steinbeck out of Washington kind of rounds out the top guys available. But with Milwaukee on the clock, they did something kind of recently. They yesterday traded Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. So not only are they on the clock here at number 10, but they're also on the clock at 13, as that was one of 3 first-round picks they received from the Miami Heat, including first-round picks in 2031 and 2033 as well, and a package of players, including Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez, and Jonas. So also a pick swap in 2030 and a second-round pick in 2033. So a haul of a lot of quantity. I don't know about the quality sent to the Bucks for the Greek Freak, and he ends up with Miami. He does not end up in Boston. And I think an under-talked about storyline in this whole Giannis thing is he kind of wanted to be a Knick last year. The Knicks chose to, I think the Knicks had the opportunity to try and make an effort to trade for him. They decide that they like the group they got, and that bet paid off, and they are NBA champions, and they had no real interest. There was never any talks about them reigniting the talks for the Greek Freak for Giannis. Instead, it was really just a 2-team race between Miami and Boston. Minnesota connected as well, but ultimately he ends up with Miami, and now they are trying to kind of build the post-Giannis Bucks here with this first selection at 10 overall.
Bucks are on the clock. Bucks are on the clock. Robert Hicks, what up, my man? $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Brody. Kind of feel for Julius Randle going to Brooklyn Nets. 20 minutes away from MSG and greatness if he had just stayed longer. Yeah, I could understand slightly while some people feel that way. I don't feel bad for Julius Randle at all. I don't think it's a secret. I'm not a fan of Julius Randle, the basketball player. Thumbs down, guys. He told you to go F yourselves. Like, he literally told Knicks fans to F off. And you could be a fan of him if you want. I'm not going to be a fan of a player that disrespects the best fan base in sports, tells them to go F off. and then trashes the city and the fans on the way out, and played lazy defense, came up small, and I'm not giving him credit for taking the biggest contract in free agency to come here. I think history has been somewhat rewritten with Julius Randle. I can't wait till the Knicks play the Nets this year. I cannot wait. And as long as if he's had stayed longer,
I don't think the Knicks win.
yeah, he also didn't want to take a pay cut. Jalen Brunson took a pay cut. Julius Randle couldn't take a pay cut. Jalen Brunson played for the name here. Another guy played for the name on the back. That's all I got to say. Braden Burries will be going to the Milwaukee Bucks here with the number 10 overall pick, as the Giannis-less Milwaukee Bucks era is officially underway. And Braden Burries, they'll be back on the clock with number 13, as they do own the Heat's pick. This is a little bit of a write-up on Braden Burries. Is the type of guard every team wants. Tough, physical, and capable of scoring at all three levels with a mature physical stature who rises to the moment. What did he do last year at Arizona, AC?
Yeah, just poured in 16 points a game, 2 assists, 2.5 assists, and 1.5 steals on pretty good shooting, 49.1% from the field and 39.1 for 3 on almost 5 attempts. And he was a big part of one of the best teams in college basketball. I think has a lot of those like connector skills, a little bit of a combo guard, a guy who can do a little bit of everything. And Milwaukee, I think right now they're just trying to take good basketball players. The scouting report that we have on him is he's an efficient scorer that can work within the flow of any offense. So kind of team independent, scheme independent, strong on-ball defender as well on the perimeter, and creates turnovers at a high rate. But he does lack a little bit of an elite athletic profile at his position, and we'll take a look at some of his testing numbers and kind of see what he was looking like. And maybe that could be the reason why he falls to 10, because he has a lot of things to like about him. Has that 6'6" wingspan, decent vertical. Braden Burries with the 10th selection. And we'll take a look at the recent picks here. These last two have been Mo Johnson, the big out of Michigan, and then Braden Burries, the guard out of Arizona. Upcoming picks for Golden State, Oklahoma City, Milwaukee again, Charlotte, Chicago, and Memphis. And some of the best guys available.
As we're getting word, the Warriors are fielding offers for the number 11 pick. So maybe our first trade of the day. I'll say this, man. NBA draft just isn't what it used to. I don't even care if this is a generational draft.
It doesn't really have the juice.
You haven't had one trade yet?
Yeah.
No trade in the NBA at all? Nothing? Adam Silver.
So difficult now sometimes to kind of make trades with all the regulations, roster building, constrictions.
Yeah. So we'll see if the Golden State Warriors can wheel and deal a pick. There's been some talk maybe about Trey Murphy, a player that they could be pursuing. There was a report that came out today that said they could be open to trading Draymond Green as well.
That would be
that'd be huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, breaking the draft into 2 days is brutal. I also say, though, this shouldn't also be a 4-hour event.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need. There's just no need for it. I get it. They want to kind of make. I think by trying to make it a bigger event, they're also simultaneously taking a little bit of shine away from it as well.
Frank Serrano, what up, my man? Marshall, do you think the Knicks will draft a center? I'm not sure what they're going to do, man. I really don't. I'm getting no hopes up. I have no expectations because the New York Knicks over the last 3 years have done some wacky things in the NBA draft. They've all worked out. Yeah, that'll never happen. That'll never happen, Seth Gross. John Pettit says Adam Silver ruined the draft along with everything else. Yeah, I mean, free agency was like a peak of one of the moments on the NBA calendar, and it's officially dead. I couldn't even tell you who the best free agents was. And like, there used to be a point in time where it was like, you knew who the best free agents were a year, 2 years, 3 years before they were going to be free agents. So
Yeah, you don't see guys change teams just outright in free agency anymore. I was talking to Jake Chipper earlier in the office today, and he was saying that obviously they had the big Paul George signing in recent. And I said that has to be one of the only fewest, biggest contracts signed in free agency where a guy just outright changed teams, because it just doesn't happen anymore. A lot of guys will sign extensions and then kind of request a trade if they'd like to change their destination. So not common anymore. And yeah, top 10, no trades. So will that happen? The first one happened here, 11 with Golden State on the clock. Our friend is back in the building, Arnold.
Oh, wow.
Hard to
Arnold.
recognize because he changed his picture again.
Well, I'm glad he got that fake chain out of there. Only $5. I guess he ran out of money after not
Must have put it all on the Spurs.
Yeah, I guess you're not a champ. Address me as champ as well, by the way. Let's go Spurs. We're taking it this year. We'll see, man. We'll see. Said the same thing this year. Prometheus, $5 super chat. What up, my man? One more hill to climb for me, Marshall. Mets have 2 wins. Marshall, Mets have to win, and I'll retire. I'm too old. Context. Knicks, Giants won. Bring it home, Mets. What's good, GN?
Good night.
I don't know. Prometheus, I am a Yankees fan, so I will never be rooting for the New York Mets, but everyone deserves to see their team win a championship.
Yes, as a fan.
I've seen all my teams win one. Crazy to say it. Giants, Knicks, Yankees. I've seen them all.
One thing, I'm a Yankee fan, and so I don't like the Mets as a team. I will say that the Mets fans are a passionate group. I'll give them that, and I think that it would be a passionate celebration if they do ever get there. But will that ever happen? I'm not holding my breath. So,
as the Golden State Warriors will not trade the pick, and they will take Axel Lindeborg, the high-flying wing out of Michigan. A pro-ready player for a team that is trying to put one more banner up for Steph Curry and Draymond Green. I really like Axel. 6'9", 240 pounds. I mean, I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he will. He's literally built like LeBron James. Like that, he's 6'9", 240 pounds. Yeah. He is built like LeBron James. 15 points per game last year. By far and away his best season in college basketball, and it came at a hell of a time as well. He was, in my opinion, the best player on the Michigan Wolverines last year that won a national title. Excellent frame and length with a versatile skill set. Like, you get out in transition, he could push it. He can rise up. There was a dunk in transition in the tournament where he just drives up the right side, hangs in the air, and it's a total like early 2000s poster that you would see. He shot the ball really well from the corners this year from downtown, over 40% from the corners. Man, he's a good player. And I know he's a little bit older of a prospect. He'll be 24 by the time the season ends this upcoming year. But good for him, man. He gets to go play next to Steph Curry. Learn from him. He reminds me of like a less on-ball version creator of like Paolo Banchero. He's a freak, man. He's a freak of nature, and he'll be joining Steph Curry there in Golden State.
Yeah, and the chance to maybe hopefully try and get Steph one more from the Warriors' perspective. They're trying to at least extend the window, and maybe they make some other moves and retool that roster around Curry. But Curry's still playing at a high level, and so they add Lindeborg, who slides to 11. I think the Warriors are happy, and if he did, they make that selection. They hold on to the pick as far as we're hearing right now. And now the Oklahoma City Thunder on the clock, and there's been rumors about what they're going to do with Hartenstein and whether or not they were going to let him go. And now they have Mara, the Michigan center, on the board. Do they just go there and try and make that a little bit of a replacement? I could see that happening, but we'll look at some of the other guys that are available for Oklahoma City and what they decide to do. A team that is always stockpiling first-round picks, and They kind of have the flexibility to do whatever they want. They pick again later on in this draft, but Phylon, Mara, Cameron Carr, Swain, Kareem Lopez, Steinbeck, Bennett Sturts, Chris Sinak Jr., some of the guys available to Oklahoma City if they whatever they want to try and do with the number 12 overall selection.
Yeah, so OKC on the clock here. Crazy that they have the 12th pick in the NBA draft. The Shai Gilgeous-Alexander trade, the one that just keeps on giving.
Yep, and Sam Presti always hoarding first-round picks. Like at this point, like it just kind of it almost devalues them for the Thunder. Like sometimes they just do stuff like because they can. They just have so many firsts that they can do whatever they want.
All right, it'll be the Thunder and the Bucks. The Bucks will have the pick thanks to
the Giannis trade.
Yeah.
And now, like I think you got to look at now some of these teams that are a little bit later, and not necessarily with Charlotte. I mean, not necessarily with the Bulls. They got that pick from Portland, but like teams like Charlotte, these are guys that are less looking for kind of franchise cornerstone players or a player to kind of help kind of spark a rebuild. In a team like Charlotte, they were a fringe playoff team, and from the later second half of the year, one of the best teams in the league. So they're not looking for a face of their franchise. They have LaMelo Ball, they have Brandon Miller, they have Con Knipple. They're looking for just another piece that can take them to the next level, and that'll be kind of more what you look at with some of these teams as we get later on in the first round. I mean, you could put Oklahoma City in that category. Obviously, Milwaukee more looking in a rebuild, Chicago more looking at a rebuild, but a team like Charlotte is kind of just looking for another piece, not necessarily a cornerstone type of player.
Wild stuff. Bucks are on the clock, or OKC still on the clock. Their pick,
OKC on the clock.
Their pick has not officially yet come in. I could see them going here. Day Mara, maybe another big to throw on Giannis. Edwin, would you trade up? Look at that, funny timing. Yeah, I would, man. I mean, I have a gut feeling that Mitchell Robinson is probably not going to be retained here by the Knicks and NBA free agency. So they do and will need a backup center. And I think Mara is the best one left. Again, it's the least prepared I've been for an NBA draft here. But 7-footer who could score, has soft touch around the rim, could block shots as well.
I mean, if you watched Michigan's run this year, like you saw the impact he had on every single game. I think they actually, in one of their games, just threw. They had guys. It looked like they were just missing shots, and they had guys just intentionally throwing the ball off the glass. And they had Mara with his 7'4" frame, just grabbing those missed attempts and throwing them home because the other teams didn't have anyone that could match up with his size and length. So a unique asset, and whoever gets him will have to have a plan for how to try and use him and impact games.
I like him though. I'd be curious to see.
I would be on board with going up and trying to get him. It's a guy who was kind of. We're now reaching the back end of like his projected range. I think he was that could have been like a late top 10 pick, but we're sliding down to 12 and potentially out of the lottery. Knicks could look to go up.
As the pick for Oklahoma City is in. We'll see who it is. This is not coming yet. As Arnold is back, and he's changed his profile again, showcasing everybody the identity issues he has. Says Marshall Spurs are getting a good pick. I believe they are taking it this year. Well, when you say this year, do you mean like next year? Because you did not take it. You took an ass whooping in the NBA Finals, 4-1. Says Marshall, you have T-Rex arms. And Andrew, you looked like Mark Twain. Well, who does he look like now?
I don't know.
He used to look like him.
Looks like now Andrew Twain. I'm going to take that as a compliment, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
As Aday Mara will join the Oklahoma City Thunder. Oh, man. When you got to beat Wemby, you think you want to add all these big guys.
Leave it to the Thunder to just stick and pick and get the guy that they were potentially targeting all along. We talked about Mara and at 7'3", potentially 7'4", with the upside 260. He was effective for Michigan this year, 12-6, at 2.5 blocks a game, and almost 70% from the field. A lot to like about this guy, Marshall.
Yeah, dominant defensive force in the paint this year in the Big Ten. He held down the middle on a national championship run. He moves his feet well. That's one thing, like when I watch big men and I want to see, like, how do I think that they're going to translate? How do they move their feet? Are they able to move side to side? Are their feet stuck in mud? I remember watching Zach Edey in their appeal. I know this guy's second-round pick. This guy, no, he's not an NBA player. He's not going to be able to play in the pick and roll. I'm like, what are you guys watching? Like, Zach Edey is a hell of a basketball player, and I feel very similar to the way of Aday Mara. I think Edey probably a better back-to-the-basket scorer at this point, but Mara has showed the ability to shoot it. He could score it. He could protect the rim. Is going to need to continue to add more strength and things of that nature, but the rich get richer here. We're with the Oklahoma City Thunder, man. A 7'6" wingspan, essentially a 10-foot standing reach. You're going to have 7'6" Victor Wembanyama going up against 7'3" Aday Mara. And I think it is safe to say that the big man is back in the NBA in a little bit different version, not the way of the 90s and the early 2000s where you throw the guy the ball on the block 25 times, but you got to have a good big man. You got to have a guy that can protect the rim. You got to have a guy that you can find ways to creatively implement them into your offense. We've seen some centers come out of college recently and be picked high in the draft, and Aday Mara is the latest, and he'll be joining a motivated team in Oklahoma City Thunder that's looking to get back to the mountaintop, but they got to go through the team that actually is the orange and blue, and that is the New York Knicks.
Yeah, so Milwaukee back on the clock. This will, even though it's technically the Miami pick because the trade can't be finalized, this player will be going to Milwaukee as a part of the Giannis trade. They already picked Braden Burries, 10th overall. Who will they take now? Some of the best guys available. LeBaron Philon out of Alabama, Cameron Carr out of Baylor, Dalen Swain from Texas, Kareem Lopez, the international prospect out of Mexico, as well as Haynes Steinbeck, Bennett Sturts, Chris Sanak, and Nate Ament out of Tennessee. So if you're Milwaukee, I don't think there's anyone, you're not looking at positional fits here. You're trying to just get as much talent as possible in your building and try and rebuild after dealing the face of your franchise in Giannis. We'll see which way they decide to go here.
So yeah, it will say the Miami Heat pick, but this is the pick going to the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm gonna run real quick. AC, can you hold down for a second?
I got you. All right, for anyone who is just joining us, we will go back to the beginning of the draft here and kind of recap all the picks that have happened so far. The top four went as expected. We had Dybansta going number 1 to the Wizards. Darryn Peterson goes number 2 to the Utah Jazz, and what was a good fit positionally for them. They already have guys like Jaren Jackson, potentially retaining Walker Kessler, Lowry Markkanen. They didn't necessarily need another big guy. They get Peterson, a guard, Ace Bailey there in Utah as well. Keontae George broke out big time for them last year, so Utah is another one of those teams that's kind of building something special. They do play in the Western Conference, but hey, the NBA champs are from the Eastern Conference, so that means the West is open. Cameron Boozer goes to Memphis as they look to potentially kind of revitalize that franchise, already trading away a lot of their contributors from a couple of extended playoff runs. So Boozer, a home run pick for them there. And Caleb Wilson, a guy who was there was considered a little bit of a drop-off after those top three, but Wilson probably equally as talented as any of those guys, maybe not as pro-ready, but he is a guy perfect for Chicago. I don't think they're looking to compete anytime soon, so he's going to have the opportunity to develop there and really try and kind of just help revitalize and bring back the Bulls, for lack of a better term there. Shout out to everyone showing me love in the chat. Brenna Wynn, appreciate you. And then we roll on to the 5th pick, which is kind of where this draft started. That top 4 was pretty much set in stone coming into the night. No surprises there, but it goes Keaton Wagler, the guard out of Illinois, to the Los Angeles Clippers at number 5, a point guard, a guy who has a high IQ, who can affect the game by passing, affect the game by scoring, affect the game by shooting, just a variety of skills. And then maybe the first surprise of the draft is Mikal Brown Jr. going to the Brooklyn Nets over a guy like Darius Acuff Jr., who went to the Sacramento Kings. Acuff had a phenomenal season for Arkansas. Brown showed some talent at Louisville as well. I don't know if people would say he had the same season that Acuff did with the production, but Brooklyn has the opportunity. They may have the opportunity to make the choice. They go with Brown over Acuff, and I'm sure those two will be linked together for a long time, their careers, because Brooklyn had the opportunity to choose both of them. And then rounding out the top 8 was Kingston Flemings, the guard out of Houston, a super productive freshman who played a big role for a good contending team in the NCAA, and so those skills and those intangibles should translate over. And for a team like Atlanta, who showed they are the team that beat the Knicks the most in the playoffs, they add another good piece and trying to get better because they realized it wasn't good enough. They took 2 from the Knicks, but they also lost by 50 in the closeout game. Mo Johnson Jr. is the first Michigan Wolverine that goes off the board, and he's followed up by Lendeborg at 11 and Mara at 12. And in between all those Wolverines was Braden Burries, the guard from Arizona, another kind of similar player to Flemings, I would say, in that they're combo guards, can do a little bit of everything, kind of connectors, and can bring certain skills to an NBA team right away. So we'll see which direction Milwaukee decides to go with their next pick, and the pick is actually in. It will be Nate Ament, the forward out of Tennessee.
Yeah, Nate Ament. It's been a very polarizing prospect in this class. I was talking to one of my guys, and he's a Brooklyn Nets fan. I was like, yo, who's worst case scenario for y'all tonight? And he's like, Nate Ament. Like, when you talk about polarizing, it is him. Look, and the reason is because the NBA looks at this guy, and they're like, 6'9.5", 210 pounds, still 19 years old, averaged 16.7 points per game this past year in the SEC for Tennessee. But then other people look at it, it's like, well, he shot 39% from the field, and he took a lot of bad shots, and the athletic profile is a little bit underwhelming, and he looks a little bit stiff, but sometimes he'll show ball handling skills, and he'll hit a shot, and you're like, oh, so we can hit that, and then he'll miss it the next 5 times in a row. So this is a potential play. This is we're going to bet on traits. We're going to bet on size. We're going to bet on the hope that he could be a great player. I mean, 6'10", 19-year-old who could score it off the bounce. It kind of plays like a wing, kind of plays like a guard, but yeah, an extremely, I would say, polarizing prospect amongst NBA draft geeks out there who live and breathe this stuff. But some good stuff. Gets the free throw line often. Capable of putting the ball on the deck. Best served to be an off-ball shooter who can attack closeouts. He didn't handle physicality all that well. Could be bumped off his spot. His shot diet was not great. He was not efficient either. Kind of a stiff athlete. Doesn't rebound the ball well. And Tennessee had a better offensive rating and defensive rating with him off the floor. So
that's certainly interesting, and that's why I think polarizing is a great word to describe him, because like sometimes you just look at that like the frame, and sometimes he shows flashes that skill, but a lot of the production, the stats, and the numbers don't necessarily back that up. So I think for Milwaukee, it's not a bad play, man. Like you go upside. That's worked for them before. They trust their player development system to try and get the most out of them. They see something with a mint that maybe they can tap into, and they pair him with Burries and some of the guys they got in the trade where they hold on to them, Hero and Jaquez and Ware.
Being a bad NBA team is bad. Dude.
Yeah.
You're a Bucks fan, and you're like, we got Braden Berries and Nate Ament.
That's it. See ya, Giannis.
Don't worry though, they got
it's a lot of projecting.
They got Yakachonis.
They got a great package, dude. That was great. That was like
I looked at that and I'm like, this is terrible.
Like to me, it's like if the Knicks wanted to get Giannis, they could have easily gotten Giannis.
Yeah,
like, they had by far the best like collection of players and just overall trade offer for Giannis. We don't need him.
I can't believe OKC just got Mara.
Yep. The NBA lets them get it again.
It's insane. I mean, you put out a lineup of Chet and him, and it's like, how do you score on them at the rim?
Yeah, good luck getting a shot off in the paint.
And that allows Chet to, like,
just be a, help defender.
And that's where he's best.
Yeah.
What do they do with Hartenstein? I'm not sure. I think he has a team option this summer.
Yeah, there's been rumors they may look to move off of him, especially because they could potentially draft a replacement. And they CM Arnold's a weirdo. Must be the finals PTSD.
Yeah, I feel bad for Arnold. I've told him this before. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for his family. Yeah, it's bad, man. This guy lied about being in a car crash and being life flighted and having surgery. It just, I don't know. There's just there's good apples and then there's bad apples and then there's spoiled apples and then there's Arnold. So yeah. And here he is again, Arnold. Andrew's body is built like
Wheezy the Penguin. Thank you, man. Wheezy. Hey, are you saying I'm built like a movie star? I mean, that is extremely complimentary. I wouldn't expect that from a guy like you, Arnold. Thank you.
At least you don't have a green neck.
Yeah, that's true.
From a fake chain.
Could be worse.
And back again, Arnold. I mean, $20, that's it. If Andrew would shave his butt and put 2 Google eyes and draw a mouth, you have Marshall's face. Let's go Spurs. Spurs got this. I just want to know, why are you envisioning that?
That's I'd
do the same with
I'd hate to
Wemby?
be inside your head, man. That would be an interesting place to be.
Man.
All right.
That's some Arnold. I will say, you are officially a Knicks Now viewer, man. You're officially a Knicks Now viewer. I mean, the fact that they're having this Nate Ament guy wear a Miami Heat hat is a joke.
Yeah, I hate the NBA draft. Like they should just do it like the NFL. So, Charlotte on the clock now, and they I kind of mentioned it. Like this is where you're transitioning from a team that's looking to kind of like Milwaukee, who's looking to maybe find their next phase of the franchise, to a team that's looking to kind of just complement some of the existing guys they already have. And that's Charlotte, man. The second half of the year, they were one of the best teams in the NBA, and they just missed out on getting into the playoffs. They lose the play-in, but Charlotte's going to be an interesting team to watch next year. It's a team that certainly should compete for the playoffs in the Eastern Conference, and they're going to add a good player here at 14 overall.
10 picks away.
There we go. The Knicks are coming up on the clock.
If you could pick anybody, let's say the Knicks somehow had the 14th pick, who would you pick? Well, it won't be Steinbach because he's a Hornet.
So not Steinbach. Philon, man, I've seen him have some big games for Alabama. Like you and like the Knicks have the luxury of bringing him off the bench. He is kind of an electric scorer. Can really put the ball in the hoop and played in that high octane system under Nate Oates at Alabama. You have the ability to bring a guy like that off the bench when you
Phylon, good player.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson sits down. That would be something special for the Knicks. We'll see if he gets there. Highly unlikely, as he's one of the best players available. But do the Knicks try and make a
why
move
is he
up?
falling?
I don't know. But like Marshall said, Charlotte's pick is in, and they go with Steinbach.
Honest Steinbach.
It's honest.
Per the notes, AWN-ES. Honest.
Okay.
I'm either making the biggest fool of myself ever, which I've done multiple times during the draft cycle here on Knicks Now. Real ones know, but Honest Steinbach, the 6'10" and a quarter inch, 248-pounder
Every
freshman. Every inch counts. Out of Germany.
I believe I'm going to take a stab at this. Versberg.
Oh, look at you.
I don't know. But I
mean, 18.5 points per game, 11.8 rebounds per game last year. Gave you a block a night, 57.7% from the deck. Uses strong lower body and lengthy frame really well on the glass. Effective and efficient working in the post. Not as consistent on the perimeter and needs to improve his connective passing. What are the boys and girls over at No Ceiling saying about Honest Steinbach?
They say he's a 6'11" double-double machine who plays on a limited on-ball role, which make an impact in the NBA right away as a role player, can rebound, finish plays around the basket, and make the occasional jumper. And I like that fit in Charlotte. They already have LaMelo Ball. They have Brandon Miller. They have Concanipple. They don't necessarily need a ball handler. They need a complementary
Him and
player.
Kalkbrenner, you got two big centers now.
Yeah, exactly. Your ability to go size. Diabate showed some
I liked him.
He showed some promise this year as well. Like I said it, Charlotte is going to be an exciting team to watch next year in the Eastern Conference.
Honest Steinbach, the newest member of the Charlotte Hornets, joining the LaMelo Ball squad. So there you go. My guy, Robert Smith Walls. What up, champ? What's up, champ? Shout out to all. If you're a champ, can I get you to type PP in the chat? If you are a champ, give me some PPs in the chat because our friends over at Prize Picks is making today's show possible. They are our presenting sponsor here of Knicks Now and Chat Sports, and we're able to keep our content 100% free because Prize Picks is showing up and showing out. And if you download the app today and use that promo code HMA and you play your first $5 lineup, Prize Picks is going to hook you up with $50 in lineup. So play your first $5. They're literally going to give you $50 for free. Very easy to use the app. It's a lot of fun too. Prize Picks will set a stat total for almost every player for every game. And all you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat lines, and you got your lineup ready to go. Prize Picks, just like Knicks Now, continues to get better and better and better. And team picks are now available on Prize Picks. You can simply just pick winners, you can pick spreads, and you can pick totals as well. And you can even get active in the World Cup. If you think the United States are going to beat the boys from Turkey, 1.85x multiplier. Get active on Prize Picks. Download the app, create an account, use that promo code HMA. It's America's #1 sports pick app. It's available in all 50 states plus Washington, D.C. And when you use that promo code HMA and play your first $5 lineup, you get $50 in lineups instantly. As Honest Steinbach, the last pick, going to Charlotte, and the Chicago Bulls are back on the clock. I think they should go with Phylon. They could use a guard.
Yeah, high upside. They just get Wilson, who is a big or a wing player. They could use a dynamic guard. They do have Josh Giddey there, who is a on-ball creator, but I don't think you let a guy like Josh Giddey, if you feel like you got a franchise-changing player in Phylon, and he could be that at 15. I don't think you let that stop you, but we'll see. I think Patrick Seatman has been a fan of Cameron Carr out of Baylor.
He does like Cameron Carr.
So he is one of the top players available as well. We'll see if that's the direction they decide to go. He's right under Phylon, according to our lead NBA draft analyst at Chat Sports, Nick Roloff. We'll see what they decide to do. But I think Chicago is one of those teams as well where there's not too many wrong answers. You got to try and
He wants Cameron Carr.
You got to try and take the best player available. So All right, easy there. Brian Scam makes a good point.
He says Phylon or Cam Carr.
Brian Scam makes a good point. He says no trade so far. Very quiet draft.
Yeah, it's been very chalky.
I guess technically there was a trade involving the 13th overall pick, the Giannis trade, but yeah.
Have we already been doing this for 2 hours?
We have.
Wow. Has not felt like 2 hours.
Yeah, you guys are making it so much fun. It's flying by.
As Daylon Swain is going to the Bulls. That is not Phylon. He will like that, though, because he went to Xavier.
Okay. So former
Zip.
Is that what they called? The
Zippers,
Zips?
right?
I thought that's Akron. The Akron.
But they're
the
zip 'em up.
Oh, they're the Musketeers.
Yeah, but
right?
it is some with the zip them up.
All right. I'm not familiar. I'll have to get put on to that, but.
He doesn't know yet. It's going to be epic. Here it is.
Jalen Swain will be the pick for the Chicago Bulls. Holy cow. That's unbelievable. Jalen Swain, the pick for the Bulls. I like it. I wanted Cam Carr, Phylon, but Jalen Swain.
Let's see what he said.
That's awesome. Wow. Xavier University, shout out. Jeez, Jalen Swain. The former Xavier Musketeer. That's fine. We'll take it. 6'6" combo guard. I like it, man. I like it. He fits slap. That's why at the last second, I was leading Swain there.
No, he's not.
That's cap.
This guy's a capper.
That's cap.
Dude, this guy's a capper. Those Bulls out of Chicago, man.
At the last second, he was changing.
He was saying
Carr. He wanted Carr.
We were tuned in last second.
Ugh.
He sounds like every Knicks analyst for the last 2 decades.
All right, I like it. Convincing yourself that it's a good pick. We'll see. Jury's still out on Daylon Swain, but according to our scouting report, he's a great isolation scorer, athleticism to drive and finish well around the rim, shows some flashes of creation as a passer off the dribble, and acted defensively, though he could face problems against stronger players in the NBA. I mean, if he's got the ability to already score, drive, finish around the rim, and pass, kind of be an offensive hub, I think that is a good swing for the Bulls to take at 15 overall. Was productive last season for the Texas Longhorns, 17.3 points a game, 7.5 rebounds, 3.6 assists. Showed some of that defensive ability like they talked about, 1.5 steals, and a decent shooting percentage as well. Our friends over at the No Ceilings NBA Draft Guide says Swain has an archetype all teams salivate for, a jumbo wing that can dribble, drive, pass, and switch on defense, whose shooting has rapidly improved. So maybe a little bit of projection there with Swain when they said that shooting, and hopefully they're probably hoping it continues to improve, but he is the pick for Chicago Bulls at 15 overall. So look at what they've done so far in the NBA Draft. They have added 2 players so far in the first 15 picks. And they go.
So 2 teams now have already made 2 picks, the Bulls and the Bucks.
So the Bulls add Wilson and Swain, and the Milwaukee Bucks.
Very a wing heavy haul for them.
Yeah, they I think he said slap. I believe that's something with size, length, athleticism, and physicality that they're doing over there. They're trying to bring over to Chicago. So
being a bad NBA team
it's
stinks,
tough,
man.
yeah,
Like, you were coming
you're
up
using
with,
acronyms.
we need guys that are slap. We need guys that are slap.
Maybe they will. Maybe these guys.
It's like, what did Jeremy do with the Texas Swarm last year? We need guys that are swarm.
Yeah, swarm. Dixon is swarm. That's all I've heard.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying?
But the Bulls, 2 picks. The Bucks, 2 picks as well. And that is a first non-lottery selection.
Hey, guys, if we could just get 15 guys that are about slap, we're going to
we'll be all right. They'll be. Well, if Seeps was calling the shots, they'd be hoisting Larry.
Larry's.
So, yeah.
Larry's. Not a singular.
It's a race to 2. Hey, maybe the Bulls will be the first one
If
there.
Mike Brown brought some corny stuff like that to the Knicks,
It'd be over.
we wouldn't have won. Enough with the who let the dogs out stuff. And I was also, and maybe this is just me, because I was annoyed because we were in a square foot by square foot box for 5 hours.
That was tough.
At the parade. Enough of the Mike stuff. Mike, dude, that was driving me up a wall.
Yeah.
It felt like it was like the people that were like trying to be like the funny kids at the lunch table vibes.
Yeah, people were bored, man. That was
I get it. Yeah, you're right. They were bored.
There was the thing that bothered me the most is people across the street from us, like hanging outside their apartment, were trying to hang out signs outside, and some people hung out some signs, and then there was a row of apartments in a row. They were trying to spell out Knicks, but they just left out the I. Like someone just decided not to participate, so it was KN and then space and then CKS. It was you got to be all in if you're going to do that. The lack of commitment, brutal.
Parade was awesome though.
It was a great time, man.
Parade was awesome. Roston City, were you there, bro?
I've been corrected because I said it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. People are telling me, don't say that. It should be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So
okay, like we're going to do it again next year.
Yeah, exactly. So
when we do it again next year, it should be a much longer route. It should just be 1 mile.
Yeah.
Enough of the Canyon of Heroes.
Yeah. Well,
Babe Ruth traveled these roads. This is where Mickey Mantle was. And I don't care. Everybody should be able to go to the parade. There shouldn't have been 1 million people turned away.
That was crazy.
Just make it longer. Can't make everything longer, but you can make parades longer.
Make it the New York City Marathon route. Just have the floats go faster.
My guy Isaiah Costa says he was at the parade, but he no-showed the meetup.
Wow.
That hurt my heart a little bit, Isaiah Costa.
You didn't have to walk too far, man. It was
right there.
It was right there, but we get it. Maybe you just don't mess with us. That's fine. It's fine.
It's all good though. Next year though, I need some DAP from Isaiah Costa. That's all I'm saying. He says it couldn't come, man, with my mom. Now I feel bad. Now you just assholes. You Uno reversed me. Uno reversed me. It's all good, bro. It's all good. I'm sure you wanted to come, and you're my guy. Nelson says, "What was the reaction to James Dolan making the White House?" Yeah, I don't know. Corey Hurd says, "What do y'all think about the speech?" I'll just say this: I would have rather heard from more players than from the mayor and the assistant mayor and the assistant to the assistant mayor and the other mayor and the other city council.
They didn't win the championship.
Yeah, the Jalen Brown won the championship. I don't know if you heard that. That's one of the people that spoke said Jalen Brown.
Gotcha. And they unretired Patrick Ewing's number as well.
So, yeah, my only critique of the parade was I'm here for sports, and I want to hear from the players, and I wanted to hear Mikal Bridges talk, and I wanted to hear Josh Hart talk, and I wanted to hear OG Anunoby go up there and say, yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, I wanted to hear
Everyone's
that.
excited.
So whether I just felt like the parade was kind of trying to tread lightly. I feel like he kind of made the parade about himself and the speech about himself.
Yeah.
And I don't need to tell me that you looked up like most obscure Knicks on Wikipedia before you made a speech.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear from the Knicks who won the championship.
The guys who put the blood, sweat, and tears.
The mayor didn't win the championship. The Knicks won the championship.
Exactly.
That's all I'll say about that.
That's it. We're trying to talk about basketball on the show. We did want to talk about the parade because we were able to go. Shout out to Chat Sports and also all you guys for just showing the support and love to us that we were able to get sent to the parade. That was awesome. It was.
Well, he's a hell of a talker. He is a talented talker. I don't think anyone woke up at 4 a.m. when they went to the parade and said, I can't wait to hear the mayor speak today.
Yeah, we were there standing there.
I want to hear Mikal
We
Bridges
were standing
speak.
there for 6 hours to see the players. That's
I
why.
wanted to see Tyler Kolek go up on the mic and say something that was so crazy they needed to apologize for. That's what I wanted to hear. So when we win it next year, let's make it about the players and not a speech from people that no one wanted to hear from.
Yep.
Maybe I'm wrong.
So was fun. On the clock, the Memphis Grizzlies, after Dalen Swain went to Chicago Bulls. So
we're taking an intermission here halfway
I don't know.
through?
It has been a little bit of a lull in the action. Do you think maybe that could mean a trade is in the works? Maybe. Has not officially had one yet tonight. Obviously, there was a trade involving the 13th overall pick between the Miami Heat and the Milwaukee Bucks, but no other trades so far. And we're halfway through the first round.
Yeah. That'll be my only feedback on the parade. Make it longer and make it more about the players. Make it more about the players. Make the championship parade about the champions.
Crazy concept.
Is that wild? Okay, just making sure. It's my first championship parade, so I don't know how things go, but as Memphis is trading number 16 to Oklahoma City for 2 second-round picks, which means Bennett Sturts is going to Oklahoma City, right?
I get, yeah, that is.
And Oklahoma City's on the clock for 17, or are they moving up from 17 to 16?
I mean, to me, that seems like not a lot of value for the 16th overall pick.
It has to be you're going from 17 to 16.
Yeah, they have to just be moving back. Like that can't be the only thing. But they pick up Sturts.
Tom Thibodeau would love to coach him.
Yeah, plays every minute.
He played every minute of like every game this year.
Iowa relied on him, and for a good reason. He's talented, can really shoot the basketball as well. A little undersized, but OKC, like they see a role for someone, they find a guy they like, they go after them aggressively, and they obviously have a vision for Sturts.
They lacked some shooting this year in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely.
Teams were daring their guys to shoot, and they lose Aaron Wiggins. Aaron?
Yeah, to the Hawks in
Yeah.
that trade. So they try and kind of pick up some shooting in a cheaper manner here in the first round when they had to ship out a guy like Wiggins. And Sturts is exactly that, a high-level shooter with lower efficiency rate because his volume was so high. And like we said, he played every single minute pretty much for Iowa. A cerebral player always makes the right play, high IQ, and struggled defensively. But when you're on a team like
a
Oklahoma,
coach's son almost.
Yeah.
First guy
in, last guy out mentality. Yeah, he's extremely trustworthy, struggled defensively. But in a team, when you're in a team like Oklahoma City, they can and they have probably had the ability. They just pick Mara. They have Holmgren. They can clean up anything that happens in the back end if Sturts is unable to keep his guy in front of him. Take a look at his stats from last year and look at that minutes per game, 37.7. Not many water breaks for Bennett Sturts with the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I mean the game's 40 minutes long.
Yeah.
There was like a stat though that he played like every minute of every game for like a 2-month stretch.
It was especially like towards the end of the season with the tournament. They were just running him out there and relying on him. And so this is the trade. So
I have a hard time believing that they just traded the 16th pick for 2 second-round picks.
It doesn't make sense.
No, I feel like this has to be
something else.
They're going from 17 to 16.
Yeah. We'll see if
Memphis will draft number 17 now via OKC, as the trade has been updated. So where Marshall was right, it is the Thunder are moving up one spot by giving up 2 second-round picks.
So
when you got 5 trash bags full of picks, you could just do that.
Yeah, that's pennies to them, and it makes me think that maybe there was another team in the mix trying to go up for Sturts, and Oklahoma City just kind of had to pay a little bit of a tax to go up and get their guy, and now Memphis picks up those extra draft picks to move back one spot. I don't think they didn't have Sturts as a guy they wanted to select, and now they'll be able to take the exact same guy they would have taken at 16, at 17 here.
Nick Davidov in the building. He says the Knicks are trading up,
Yeah,
packaging 24, 31, and 55 to 18.
that would be a lot to get up only 6 spots, do you think, or no? I guess the going rate is 2 second-round picks to get up, so.
One spot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nick Davidov, you're an NBA champion, brother. You're an NBA champion. Rasta in the city says Yankees doesn't run Flushing. They run New York. Seth Gross watching Olympic curling was more entertaining. Yeah, the draft is the NBA draft ain't what it once was. Arnold back again.
They're making it worse.
You're making it worse. If Mark Twain and Wheezy, the Penguin, had a love child, it would be Andrew Connell. I don't really even know what all that means, but sounds cool.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I see he's changed his profile picture once again. I don't even think that's the right Wheezy, so do your research, Arnold. Brutal. Tough look for you.
Wild.
If the Knicks are going to make a move up, it could be for one of these guys.
Phylon or Carr, they get buckets.
These guys were highly regarded players. Obviously, number 6 overall prospect for Nick Roloff, LeBaron Phylon Jr. Cameron Carr, 14. Lopez, one of the top international prospects. Sanak Jr., a guy who's been linked to the Knicks a little bit. And you round out kind of the rest of the best guys available. Christian Anderson at Texas Tech. Jaden Quaintance, the big guy, and could be a potential guy they look to develop into a Mitchell Robinson replacement if they're unable to keep them. Then you got Trayvon, I'm going to go with Brazile or Brazile at Arkansas. And Tyrese Reed Jr., a big out of UConn, who a lot of people want as the Knicks target. Knicks fans have been kind of clamoring for them to potentially take him. And he is the 24th ranked player, and the Knicks picked 24th.
So we'll see. I mean, you're 7 picks away now. The pick is in. This pick will be the Memphis Grizzlies selection.
So we'll see what Memphis decides to do. Then they are picking right now via OKC.
Memphis will draft number 17 via OKC. So the Grizzlies, yeah. So it's a swap, 16 and 17, 2 seconds going to Memphis. And now Memphis is on the clock. We'll see who they pick as the selection has been turned in to Adam Silver. So we'll see. As we've got another trade. We've got another trade.
Shout out to Memphis.
Is it the Knicks moving up for Phylon or Carr? That'd be pretty sweet. If you want the Knicks to trade up, hit that thumbs up icon.
Let's go. We got almost 1,000 people in here, only 350 likes. If your favorite player was shooting 34% from 3, would you like that? You'd want to get that number up. Let's help run that number up. Get us over 40%. Get us closer to 50%. We want to be elite here at Knicks Now and help us up our percentage closer to 50.
The Pistons are moving up. So Memphis is trading number 17 to the Pistons, and they'll move back to number 21 for 3 second-round picks. So the Grizzlies just add 5 second-round picks.
Collecting all the second-round picks.
They move back 5 spots for 5 second-round picks.
Not bad business for them. And, like, if you don't.
And they're taking Ibuka Okori, the guard out of Stanford.
Oh, interesting. We talked about him yesterday on Knicks Now.
So the Pistons move up for a lightning-quick guard and Ibuka Okori. Lightning first step. Has a little bit of a weird jumper. A little bit of a hitch in his jumper. Really smart guy, though. Was originally committed to Harvard before switching to Stanford. Set an ACC freshman record with 23.2 points per game in 8 30-point games. So a guard to go alongside Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, that was the one thing that everyone said Detroit needed was more offense around Cade, more shot creation, more shooting. So the Detroit Pistons obviously identified a guy in Okore that they thought could fit that bill, and they go up and they're aggressive and they get their guy, and Memphis moves back twice, once with Detroit, once with OKC, and they're collecting all the second-round picks. And Detroit gets their guy in Okore, and we talked about it. Like you said, out of Stanford, a smart guy, and 23.2 points per game that he can score. Not the biggest guy, 6'1" and a quarter, 186 pounds, but they're not going to ask him to do too much. They're going to focus on trying to have him score the ball and take some of that pressure off of Cade Cunningham because he didn't have much help a lot of times throughout this playoff run. Okore has explosive top-end speed, vertical ability, and change of direction. Great body control to finish around the rim. Will face challenges being an efficient go-to scorer with a smaller frame. Detroit's not going to ask him to be necessarily the go-to guy with Cunningham there, but if he can be a secondary guy, I think that would make them a better team, and they're chasing the Knicks, so they got to try and do something to try and get better. But like we said, Marshall, he filled up the stat sheet last year.
Yeah, really quick off the bounce, got downhill, 0.992 points per drive. On a 19.4% frequency. He was in the 99th percentile in that department. He absorbs contact well for a little bit of a smaller guy. He's got good balance. 6 foot plus 6 wingspan is big for an undersized guard. Shot form could be worked on. He's been working with Mike Miller to get that shot right up and down as a playmaker. Needs to get a little bit more solid there. Defense isn't where you'd hope it'd be with his length. Our NBA draft comp form is Campaign here at Chat Sports.
I mean, Campaign for a while, was a legitimate NBA player. I don't know if you got Campaign 17 overall, if you'd feel great about that. But we all seen Campaign, his ability to light up a game and change a game and swing a game. He's done it in the playoffs for the New York Knicks. On this No Ceilings NBA Draft Guide labels Okore as a dynamic shot creator. He blends quickness, length, and advanced ball handling with the ability to create for his teammates. His combination of self-creation, passing feel, and a translatable shooting profile gives him intriguing upside as an offensive lead guard. So with him going to the Detroit Pistons, he won't necessarily need to be a lead guard. Maybe he can take over some primary ball handling and scoring abilities when Cade takes a break, but ultimately he'll be tasked with trying to kind of complement Cade Cunningham as Detroit looks to try and figure out a way to beat the New York Knicks and come out of the Eastern Conference.
So they add some foot speed and some quickness and some off-the-bounce penetration as well to their backcourt. So we'll see. I think they could have used maybe some more shooting, but they go for more of an off-the-dribble attacking guard to add. So... Which is interesting because I thought Marcus Sasser played pretty well for them at times. We saw Danis Janis make some buckets for them. Danis Jenkins, but he'll always be Danis Janis to me. So there you go. There you go. And the New York Knicks are what? 6 picks away? 7?
7 picks away.
6.
7.
Pete says, come on, Knicks, trade up. At this point, like, is anyone just sticking out like a sore thumb who the Knicks should trade up for? I don't know. Who we got best available? A Baron Philon. Look, we mean Nick Roloff. He does run our Heat channel, so all ball knowledge is fair to be questioned. Has him as the 6th best player in this class. I know Cam Carr. He's a buck.
Yeah, he is an athlete as well, I believe. He's a guy who could really bring explosive athletic ability to this team, and that's the kind of guy you want. Look, whoever the Knicks are drafting is coming off the bench. So when you bring a guy off the bench, you want to necessarily bring that pace and energy into the game, and Carr could be a guy who could fit that bill.
Kareem Lopez out of Mexico. Chris Sinak, the forward out of Houston. There's some bigs still available. The dude from North Carolina is still up there. We still got Zuby available as well. Who we don't have available is Christian Anderson, as he will be heading down to Charlotte. The scoring guard out of Texas Tech, 6'1", 180 pounds, sophomore. Gave you 18.5 points per night this past year, nearly 8 times as well. Gave you a steal and a half, so able to give you some juice on the defensive side of the floor. And
knocked it down in a 47% clip from the deck. Our scouting report for Mr. Christian Anderson is a really solid playmaker, an elite shooter off the dribble or the catch. Got a great wingspan, helps his projection on the defensive side. At 6'1", he's got a 6'6" wingspan, so makes up for some height with some length. We'll need to add some muscle and some weight at the next level. I think we said he was 180 pounds, so we'll need to beef up there. But, I mean, on 53 three-pointers at the combine, knocked in 34 of them. So the guy could shoot it. He's got a strap, and he'll be in a backcourt alongside LaMelo Ball. And we saw how successful Kobe White was for the Charlotte Hornets last year. They had another guard that can create and play alongside LaMelo, and the Charlotte Hornets, man, they made already a couple of nice picks this draft.
Yeah, they've picked up 2 players in Charlotte, and that shooting that from Anderson on that kind of pro day breakdown was what stuck out to me, man. That he can really knock it down from 3, and Charlotte kind of continues to make that an emphasis of what they're trying to do there and what they're trying to build, and kind of their continued vision for their basketball team. So they had Steinbeck and Anderson in round 1, 2 top 18 picks. So we'll see. We're getting closer and closer to the New York Knicks selection here. See what they decide to do, or at least where they're supposed to select right now. You never know with Leon Rose whether or not you're actually going to make that pick. You're going to trade up, trade back, trade out of the draft completely. We'll find out soon.
Anderson, his pro comp, according to our
draft analyst
Nick Roloff, is Landry Shamet.
That would be nice. Imagine you have a guy like Landry Shamet on your team. You might just
one reason I don't really necessarily agree with that is, as I have watched very little Christian Anderson film, is 7.4 assists per game. That's not really Landry's game.
He's not a facilitator.
This guy's more of a true point.
Yeah, exactly. That is Shamet. Well, Shamet's not a bad passer. He is not a ball hand, like a point of attack player and a offensive facilitator. So.
I'll slack something. Sweet. Thank you, Brody.
Felix Gonzalez says, let's get the best available prospect. That works for me, man. That works for me. Like, especially, you have the luxury of having a already pretty talented roster. Just add good players and find out where to plug them in the rotation or develop them and get them ready to play down the road. We've seen the Knicks kind of take that route with some of their recent draft picks. Guys that they've picked haven't necessarily made instant impacts, but now this is the year where if they're going to lose some guys, they may lean on guys like Kolek, Dadier, Diawara, guys they picked in previous drafts that haven't necessarily been super key rotation players for this team. So we'll see what route they decide to go. Rasta says, Knicks, let's do it. St. John's, number 24 at the 24th pick. He's asking for Zuby Ejiofor.
No Larry?
And
there's been some Larry-less chatter in the chat tonight.
Oh, a lot of Larry. I mean, listen. Some people. Did you see there was a certain short put out by a certain chat sports channel? They made sure to take that short in front of a old NBA Finals poster. NBA championship poster. I want to know what that's like. I've only got recent current NBA championship posters, so I can't imagine having to intentionally try and flex an old championship when we have a new championship to flex. But
no Larry?
No Larry.
No Larry. Felix, you the man, bro. Thank you for supporting us as always. As the New York Knicks are about to be on the clock, I do want to let you know that we are running a special deal on our merch store right now. If you go to chatsports.com/Knicks Now, we have 3 championship shirts up there. We've got our Jalen Brunson 1A t-shirt. What up, Becky? If you buy 3 t-shirts, Jalen Brunson 1A, the OMFG t-shirt to forever remember the OG Anunoby tips it up and in, and the official 2026 World Championship shirt. We've got this design in t-shirt form as well as in poster form. If you buy any of those 3 items, you buy 3,
you save $20. So you get some savings, you get some sweet gear, and you support Knicks Now by Chat Sports. Just go to chatsports.com/Knicks Now. You buy any of those 3 items that we showed you, save $20. Save $20. Major shout out to everybody that has bought their merch. Forever remember.
There you go.
Forever remember this season and support Knicks Now as well.
Yep, immortalize the season. Don't forget it. If you were one of the real ones watching with us when the Knicks took home their first title in 53 years, get a shirt to commemorate it or a poster, or get all 3 of them, because all 3 moments, winning it, Jalen Brunson leading the way, and OG Anunoby all played a part in bringing a Larry to New York City.
All right, so now the Toronto Raptors are on the clock at number 19. Toronto Raptors on the clock at 19. The Knicks will be on the clock at selection number 24.
Yeah, so like we said, now as we exit the lottery, you're getting more teams that are technically trying to compete with the Knicks here, and everyone's looking up at the Knicks and trying to take them down. And Toronto is a team in the Eastern Conference that was a playoff team. They're going to look to get back there, and they're going to look to add a piece to try and improve their team in their standing in the Eastern Conference. So this may be a guy they want to make more of an immediate impact. We'll see what route they decide to go. We'll take a look at some of the best available players momentarily with Toronto on the clock. Like we've been talking about Phylon for a while. He's kind of starting to stick out a little bit on this big board. Cameron Carr is a guy that has a lot of good qualities. Lopez, maybe the top international prospect. Kareem Lopez out of Mexico. Chris Sanak Jr. out of Houston. A lot of good traits that could translate to the NBA for him. Quaintance, a big guy. Could he be, if the Knicks target him, a potential development to be a Mitchell Robinson replacement? Brazil out of Arkansas. Good prospect. Reed Jr., a guy who is, and Ejiofor, 2 guys who have been linked to the Knicks a lot, man.
5, 7, and 8 have been linked to the Knicks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked too much about Zuby yet on this stream. I don't think he would be necessarily a Robinson replacement, but what I like about Zuby is you could probably run a similar offense if you bring him in for Towns. Obviously, he's not Karl-Anthony Towns. He doesn't have the same size and frame, but he has a versatile skill set where he can kind of initiate from the top of the key, can run that dribble handoff action, can pass a little bit, can shoot a little bit, can do a little bit of everything. And what I like about Zuby as well is I watched a good amount of St. John's games over the last couple of years. He got better every single year he was at St. John's, developed his skill set. And if the Knicks draft him, they see their player development sees ways they can continue to improve him, he could be a productive player for the Knicks.
I like Terrace Reed as well. I think he's skillful. He could score with the back to the basket. He's a monster on the glass. Gives you some good defensive upside as well. And then Jaden Quaintance, he's a terrific defender, man. But Knicks will be a couple picks away as we are officially on pick number 20 because Alan Graves, the sharpshooter out of Santa Clara, is heading north of the border as he's going to be joining R.J. Barrett and Emmanuel Quickley with the Toronto Raptors. 6'7", nearly 6'8", 225 pounds, and he could shoot the cover off the ball. No Ceilings NBA Draft Guide says smart, hard-working fixers on both ends of the floor are both 82 and 16 game players. Graves is the type of forward who can generate extra possessions before helping his team finish those off in increasingly positive ways. When you talk about Alan Graves, you talk about someone that can put the ball in the basket from beyond the arc. 41.3% from downtown last year. He was the 6th man of the year for his conference. Modern NBA skill set offensively with clean shooting mechanics, and he could dish the rock around a little bit as well, constantly around the ball on defense. Not the greatest athlete for his position, which may limit what he's able to do on the defensive side of the ball, but he has some two-way ability, but he's a shooter, man, and that's why you go ahead and you pick Alan Graves right there. As we've got another trade. No, that's old. Fake news.
Skip past that in the stream. You didn't hear that.
All right.
So Okori to Detroit, Anderson to Charlotte, and Graves to Toronto. And now the second place NBA San Antonio Spurs will be trying to add another player to try and help them win 3 more games than they did against the Knicks next year in the NBA Finals. I don't know if there's any of those guys currently available, but that's what they need.
Almost there. Knicks are right around the corner. Who we got in the next slot of picks?
The next picks coming up. San Antonio, then Detroit after they moved back twice. 76ers at 22, and then Atlanta trying to make their second pick of the night at 23, right in front of the Knicks.
All right. So we got 5 more picks until the Knicks are up. 4 more picks. This seems like a prime trade down spot.
For San Antonio?
No, for us.
Oh, for the Knicks? Yeah, there's still a lot of talented guys on the board, and I don't think the Knicks – we've seen them before. Like, they don't really care about the rankings or who likes what where. They identify their guys, and they lock in on those guys. And if Leon Rose, nobody knows the league better than him, canvasses the league better than him, like if he feels that he can move a few spots back and still get his guy, he will not hesitate to do it, especially because it'll save incremental amounts on the salary, which every dollar matters to Leon, and that's why he is the best at what he does. So, yeah, I could see a trade down definitely.
Let's go through the top available again, and let's go through like the top 15 or so. Do you have any worry that Zuby Ejiofor is not an NBA player? Like his style, his game, his skills does not translate.
I used to think that a couple of years ago, but I think he has made enough improvements in like his offensive abilities to not just like he used to just be a finisher around the rim, and now he's expanded his game, moved it out a little bit, shown the ability to shoot the ball better, shown the ability to kind of handle the ball and play at the top of the key a little bit, not just in the low post. And like if he can continue to bring that up, I think he'll be a productive NBA player. I think he is an NBA player with the improvements he's already made at St. John's, but I think if there's more there, he can make himself a more valuable NBA player.
Yeah. I like Reed. Quaintance, the knee scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
Anytime a player is coming off a torn ACL.
Especially a guy who's like one of his best traits is his athleticism.
Brazil plays no defense. I know that because I lost a lot of money on Arkansas in that tournament game. And but like you talk about like upside and skill and freak athlete, like, and the Knicks want to throw a dart, like.
They have the ability to do that. Like they have the luxury if they do want to do that, they can try and go ahead and do that. Shout out.
Nick Roloff's NBA comp form is Obi Toppin.
Wow. The Knicks Obi Toppin or the Pacers Obi Toppin? Gabriel. So many good players left to add to this team in this deep draft. Would be upset if we traded out. Bring me Cam Carr.
Cam Carr, man, he's a buck.
Yeah.
He's a buck. Is that the pick right there, Gabriel? Why not Phylon? Explain to me why Phylon is
I don't
falling.
know why he's dropping.
That was like he's 175 pounds. Well, we knew he was 175 pounds in all the mock drafts.
Bennett Sturts just got drafted.
Yeah. John says, I'm a St. John Johnny, and I love Zuby. No Quaintance.
He's missing in action.
As Jaden Quaintance is going to the San Antonio final loser Spurs. Wow. All right. A little more beef,
You knew that they were
Wemby
going
needs
big
more
man.
protection.
Yeah.
Well, I said this. I don't think it was you, Saga, I've never seen a team employ so many centers. They had Wemby. They had Cornette. They had Plumlee. They had Olynyk. They had Biyombo. I think those guys are all just practice bodies for Wemby. So they pick up another big guy, and maybe Wemby needs more protection, but they go with Quaintance.
Quaintance, a guy that's still just 18 years old, explosive, defensive playmaker, athlete. Did have that knee injury, only played in a couple of games this past year. But yeah, they're adding some beef behind Wemby as every time he came off the court, the Knicks felt like they just took advantage of him. Supposedly there were a lot of medical red flags coming up for Jaden Quaintance, with many teams scared about his troublesome knee. San Antonio has the opportunity to slow roll his return from a torn ACL.
Yeah, I mean, you see that only 4 games played last year, averaged 5 and 5 when he did, and was a little bit of a force on defense there with 1.3 stocks per game and a high field goal percentage as he does most of his damage on the offensive end around the rim.
Do you think that he's going to foul hard when Wemby tells him to?
I think if he wants to keep his job, he will, yeah.
Gotcha.
He's got no other choice.
Can he play point guard for De'Aaron Fox, you think?
Do you think he knows to not shoot the ball when you're up and you could just get fouled and go up by more points?
Do you think Wemby will teach him how to throw an NBA Finals game away in the final 10 seconds of the game by throwing the ball off the back of his point guard?
Yeah, but do you think he knows to, like, guys should be looking at you when you pass him the ball? I don't know. I don't know if they teach that at Kentucky. Do
you think Wemby will be in his head?
Maybe.
Or will Quaintance be in Wemby's head?
I don't know.
I will say this, though. He will definitely teach him how to lose to the Knicks in the finals.
Absolutely.
Wemby knows how to do that very well.
He's the greatest at it, the best.
So, yeah, there's that. Well, welcome to San Antonio, home of second place. Best available. Cam Baron Philon Jr. We're 3 picks away, baby.
Yeah, the Knicks.
The New York Knicks are 3 picks away.
There's a good chance that one of these guys on screen could be a New York Knick. Philon, Carr, Lopez, Sanak, Brazil, Reed Jr., Ejiofor, or Pete. Or if the Knicks go a little bit of a surprising round, it could be one of these guys. Sergio. Isaiah Evans, the guy he's been connected to the Knicks. I feel like we haven't talked about him a lot on tonight's stream, but a guy who can go and get you a bucket.
Who is this?
Isaiah
Evans.
Oh,
yeah, Evans could shoot it.
Malik Thomas, another Arkansas Razorback who is high up in these rankings. Vasar, a guy who was mocked to the Knicks we talked about on an earlier video on the channel. And then you got some other guys that maybe are not as likely at 24, but could be trade back candidates. Caravan, a legit 6'6", 6'7", supposedly. Baba Miller at a Cincinnati. Tyler Nickel, guy who was mocked to the Knicks as well. And Joshua Jefferson, an exciting prospect out of Iowa State.
Alvin, you makes a good point. We forgot something that Wemby could teach Jaden Acquaintance, and that is how to be up 70% of the time and then no-show in the fourth quarter and then lose.
Wemby's the best at that. He's so great.
Do you think he'll teach him how to miss game-winning shots in the NBA Finals?
Listen, he may not be able to master that. Quaintance may not be able to get that right away, but like if he puts in the work with Wemby and they train with the monks together, then maybe.
I'm going to train until my hamstrings burn.
Yeah. Maybe they...
You think he'll take his shoes off to walk barefoot on the garden so he could feel the moment?
The grounding.
What about missed clutch free throws in the finals? Will Wemby teach him how to do that?
There you go. Or draw in the park. Draw in the park.
What about cry after he's guaranteed to get second place in the NBA Finals?
Well, you know what? If Jaden Quaintance likes soda, he better say goodbye to it because they're not allowed to drink soda in San Antonio. So if he likes soda, Quaintance, have one tonight because you're not going to be having one anymore once you get to San Antonio.
Just remember, cry when you get to the finals and then lose in the finals and do it in the most choke-worthy way and foul hard, be dirty, and you'll fit right in there, Mr. Jaden Quaintance.
Oh.
Alvin, I've never felt better. This is the peak. This is peak, baby. We're the champs, baby. We can say anything we want.
No Larry?
Yeah. You know who doesn't have a Larry?
Wemby.
Jaden Quaintance.
And he's not getting one if they have to play the Knicks again.
Oh, man. Champs are here. Champs are here.
Oh man. Oh, this is the best. This is the best. Yeah, no soda for Jaden.
Now, if you like soda, well, don't start not liking it because you're not going to be able to drink it anymore. That's it. It's not allowed.
To Jaden. To Jaden.
Yeah, that's it. I got one. I'll crack it too. Shout out to you, Jaden. We're not sponsored, but if a soda company wants to sponsor us, we do like soda here. We're not Wemby.
Oh Lord. No, there's a lot that that Mr. Quaintance can learn from Wemby.
So you better get a notebook and start writing it down. Start taking notes. If you want to learn how to lose, Wemby's your guy.
All right. We're 3 picks away. Let me know in the chat, who do you want the Knicks to select? Who do you want the Knicks to pick? Who do you want the Knicks to pick with selection number 24? As the Memphis Grizzlies will select Kareem Lopez with pick number 21. The pick was acquired in a trade tonight. So Kareem Lopez off the board, which means the Knicks are 2 picks away. You know what's funny about the number 2?
That's what Wemby was, second place.
Yes, but another one. It's one more than the amount of wins the Spurs got in the finals.
Oh, there you go.
It's one more win than the Spurs got in the finals.
It's only one less than the amount of games the Knicks lost in the entire playoffs.
Wow.
It's the same amount of total points that the Hawks beat the Knicks by in 2 games.
Yep. No, that's a fact. 2 also represents the number of points that Wemby could have added to his team's score in game 2, but he didn't, so they lost by 1.
Yeah, it's the amount of times he choked games away, or was it more than that? It might have been more than
No,
that.
he choked more than 2 games away.
Okay.
He did miss those 2 free throws, though.
Okay.
He did miss those 2 free throws. I think it was in game 4.
It's one more, or it's the same amount of mistakes he made because he passed the ball off his teammates back, and then he fouled Jalen Brunson right after that. So it's the same amount of mistakes that he made in that game to lose it.
2 is also the first number of 29, which is how many points the Knicks came back from in the NBA Finals.
Oh, there you go. There you go. It's how many points OG Anunoby scored when he tipped the ball up.
Oh, he tipped it up and in. Yep. Yep. Marshall sounds like Jay Lethal. Who's Jay Lethal?
He's probably tough.
He's probably super tough. I love the work you guys put in. Also, great job filling in that night, Andrew. Bit of fan since that night. God bless you. Appreciate you, Double R. Thank you.
Shout out to you, man.
So, would this be the second stream you watch? Oh, Lord. No, I will say, all the Spurs have to do is they just have to play. What was it? They just have to play. It wasn't that they had to play good. We just have to play normal.
Yeah.
We just got to play normal to beat the Knicks.
Everyone.
You think Jaden
Thinks
Quaintance can play
or
normal?
knows that they were gonna come back. Shout out to Evan, who says 2 is the number of eyes that Wemby was crying out of when he won the conference final.
Same number of feet and socks and shoes that he took off to walk barefoot on the garden floor so he could feel the moment.
It's the same amount of hits he put out on Jared McCain.
Yep. 2 is 2 more, though, than the number of Larrys he has.
Yeah.
No Larry?
No Larry
Wemby?
No Larry Wemby.
No Larry Wemby. A lot of Larry-less activity coming out of San Antonio, man. Oh, it's good to be the champs. It is good to be the champs.
2 is the amount of dollars that Arnold usually super chats as well.
Oh, yep. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, that's good.
Speaking of super chats.
Oh, man, this guy.
We got a 3-point goal. Alvin, you bang!
Alvin, you the man, bro. He says if they choose a big, then I think Mitchell Robinson might be gone. If they choose a guard, I feel like McBride might be gone. I think you're right, man. I do think we'll get a little peek behind the curtain for what the New York Knicks plans are with this draft pick. I still think they're probably likely to trade out of this spot and add future picks, and because I think there's probably a handful of players they like with this
Like
pick.
a cluster of guys.
And it's like we're already picking at 31.
Yeah.
One of our guys might fall to us there. We could save some money on the salary cap as well.
They almost look at it as like
Go get Cam Carr.
They almost look at it as like a negative to pick earlier in the draft because you got to pay more. Let us know who you think the Knicks should pick, as they are just a couple of selections away. We'll take a look at some of the top available
Alvin,
guys.
every joke's better when you're a champ, man. Every joke is better. Yeah, if there was a button that said, Marshall, do you want to run back the same exact team? I'd be spamming that button. I do it 2 times as well. 1, 2. I do that for sure. All right. We're now 2 picks away.
2 picks away. There
We're
you go.
2 picks away.
I think that's how it all started.
2 times, Alvin.
Yeah.
2 times.
There we go.
Oh.
Everyone just get your 2s in the chat.
Yeah, 2s in the chat.
2s in the chat.
2's in the chat. Oh, man. The Knicks are going to pick someone we have no idea who it is, or they are going to trade out.
Either
That's
that
my
or
guess.
It'll be a demon that Leon will turn into a great player.
Some people compare Cameron Carr to Devin Vassell. I'll take that.
I'll take that.
He'll have to learn how to win.
But he doesn't have any Larry. Devin Vassell, unfortunately, no Larry.
No, Larry-less name. His name has no rings. Is Philly going to take another guard here in Cam Carr? How many guards can Philly have? Oh, wait. They could have had one that was really good in the Western Conference Finals, but they traded
They
him.
sold high on him, though.
Sold high. Didn't even get a first.
Yeah.
Roston, the city, rolling the dice. A dice roll. We got 1,300 people watching. Please hit that thumbs up icon if you have not yet. Would really appreciate it. Knicks are about to be on the clock. Once they make the pick, we'll have it first before anybody else. Then we'll do a deep dive on the player. And then we'll look ahead to who the New York Knicks could potentially select with selection number 31. That'll be the first pick of the second round. So
It will be.
Right back to it tomorrow as well. Thoughts on getting Kelly Oubre if Clarkson leaves? That seems like he'll just be eating to the Mo Diawara minutes.
Yeah, plus he has no Larry. So.
No Larry, no jumper. I only want to sign people with Larrys.
Yeah, that's it.
You better be carrying a Larry if you come play with this team. Unreal. I mean, Diawara is your wing off the bench now.
That's it. I mean, you are like, it's no longer like what will like give Diawara some minutes like when it calls for it. I think that cemented him as a piece of your rotation going forward.
Is this another intermission? I think we've been
know.
2 picks away for a while.
We have. Oh, speaking of 2, Arnold $2 super chat.
That's it? That's all you got, dude, Arnold? Says Spurs are taking it this year. In fact, they did not take it this year. They came in second. Second place. Second place for Arnold.
Also want to show some love to Adrian. Also came with a $2 super chat.
Arnold, is your favorite color silver?
No, it's green.
Oh, yeah, green like his neck from the fake chain that he got hustled in San Antonio. I forgot about that. Maybe he was a buy one, get 2 free. That's what it was. A buy one, get 2 free for Arnold.
Arnold, 2 more than the amount of 2 is 2 more than the amount of friends that he has.
2 more than the amount of real chains he has as well. Yeah, Cam Carr would be cool. I'd be okay with Phylon. I'd be okay with Zuby.
I think that's kind of the luxury the Knicks have is you can take whoever falls to this pick and kind of capitalize on some value.
I like Sinak as well.
I think there's a lot of directions they can go. Really depends on, I guess,
Trade down.
Yeah, get more picks.
Unless you just think that Phylon or Carr are like the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
As Phylon is off the board, he is a 76er.
Oof. I feel like it could be a good pick for them, honestly.
Yeah, they're going to go with VJ
They're going to
Edgecombe,
play
Maxey.
only guards. Only guards. No bigs.
It's almost like if they had a guard that they could have captained, then they wouldn't have had to make this pick, and they could have got someone else.
They really needed some shooting off the bench. Now maybe they get it with Phylon, but they had to kind of just swapped one guy out for another, but it's besides the point.
As LeBaron Phylon, a guy that was projected to go inside the lottery, falls all the way to 22, and he'll be taking his talents to the city that celebrates a broken bell in the Philadelphia 76ers. 6'2.5", 176 pounds. He'll face some defensive limitations with the lack of size and strength, but man, lightning quick first step, really tight handle, can create a shot for himself and for others. Showed that he could shoulder the scoring responsibility of an offense as well. 22 points per game. He's able to get his shot up 50% from the deck, almost 40% from downtown. There's a reason that some people believe that he was a top 10, top 12, top 13 player, but he falls all the way to 22. And the Sixers have had some success taking SEC guards in the 20s with Tyrese Maxey. I hope he's a bust, though. I hope he's a bust, but I have a feeling he'll be a pretty good player in this league.
Yeah, that's why I said it was a good pick for Philly, is because they capitalize on getting great value at 22 overall and file on a guy who many had pegged inside the lottery. Not necessarily maybe the need when you look at Philly's team in their starting lineup at least, but like he's going to come off the bench for them behind Maxey and Edgecombe, and he's going to bring that scoring punch off the bench. Good pickup for them. I'm not sure you're getting much of a better player than Philon at this point in the draft, so they go probably best player available and best player on a lot of boards, and they pick up Philon at 22 overall.
What would you think Becky Hammond's scouting report on him would be?
Can't be a 1A. Not a dude. When she just gets down to brass taxes, it's just not. He's just not a dude.
Well, her philosophy.
It's her philosophy, you know.
It's history.
Yeah.
It's the name of the game. Naismith. Shout out to all y'all. The Knicks are now one pick away. The Atlanta Hawks are on the clock. Still some really good players available. Cam Carr is there. Zuby is there. Vasar is there. This reeks of trade down.
Yeah, like the fact that there's so many options.
Snack.
Shout out to Adrian, $2.
What's up, Adrian? Appreciate you, my man. Thanks for supporting the show. Arnold says Spurs are taking it this year. Well, Arnold, they didn't. They lost, and they got second place. Again, your chain is extremely fake, and I'm worried about the condition of your skin around your neck.
He changed it.
Yep, no identity. No identity.
Look at that.
Jake says, you guys are really making me laugh tonight. Jake, I appreciate you, bro.
Hopefully you laughed 2 times.
No, hopefully you didn't laugh more than 2 times. Arnold back again, 99-cent super chat. Thank you for being a diehard Knicks fan. We appreciate you.
All right.
Roston C says, Marsh, I saw 2 butt cheeks hanging on a pole at the Knicks parade. We all saw. We saw it, baby. Yeah, the piggy bank is broken, Seth. Piggy bank is broken. Matt in the building says, word is they are changing the NBA champion trophy to be called the Becky Hammond. Might be a little too tall for that.
A question coming in from our guy Santino.
What's up, Santino?
Marsh, can the Hawks finally get a Brunson stopper with this draft pick? That's my real question. Because, I mean, they apparently had one, but it didn't seem like it. So are they going to get one here?
I mean, how many Brunson stoppers are alive in this world? That'd be my question. As the Atlanta Hawks will select Zuby Ejiofor.
Oh.
That's not a Brunson stopper. That's
no.
not a Brunson stopper. Zuby Ejiofor, the Johnny, going to Atlanta.
They crushed the dreams of Knicks fans.
I mean, Zuby Ejiofor's dad wanted him to be a Knick. Now he's just got to go to a team that
Zuby
the Knicks...
should have pulled an Eli Manning.
Zuby. Well, out of Garland, Texas, 22 years old. I'm sure everybody knows about Zuby Ejiofor. Tell them a little bit about him, Andrew, and then let's lock in for the next selection.
Yeah, he's a high-energy player with great defensive versatility across all 5 positions, relentless attacking the glass on both ends, and is extending his range beyond finishes at the rim. That'll be a huge swing skill. We saw him do a little bit of that at St. John's, and really has been the heart and soul of St. John's over the last couple of seasons. This past season poured in 16.3, 7.3, and 3.5, as well as over 3 stocks per game on 53% from the field. So Ejiofor, a guy who many were kind of hoping would stay playing his home games at the Garden. Unfortunately, he goes to the Atlanta Hawks. And the Knicks never have a chance. We never know if they would have taken Zuby Ejiofor, but they lose the opportunity and the chance to, as he goes to Atlanta, 1 pick before the Knicks.
All right. Do the Knicks stick and pick, or do they trade back? What do you think?
I could see them trading back. I don't think there's a huge difference between a lot of the guys available now or guys you could potentially get in a trade back. I think there's a good cluster of players. I don't know if there's anyone sticking out, although I think probably the top guy on the board for many and the top guy on our board
Give me Cam Carr.
is Cam Carr.
Give me Cam Carr, man. Give me Carr.
Could it be Reed? They've been linked to Reed a lot. Sanak has been a guy who's also been connected to them. Pete, a guy we haven't talked about, but a guy who before the season,
I like Pete.
He was considered a top 10 pick potentially before the season started. Isaiah Evans has been a guy linked to the Knicks, a bucket guy who can get you a basket anytime you need one, shoot the ball, drive, initiate some offense. Vasar was mocked to the Knicks recently. We did a video about it. Caravan, a winning player, I think would fit into that culture for the Knicks. So I don't know if it would be anyone past any of these guys, but you never know.
Cam Carr would be a great backcourt fit next to Brunson, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is what good teams do is they take the guy who's falling down the board because some teams are afraid to take him or they don't want to take the risk. The Knicks are quite literally the champs, so they can afford to take that. They've already locked in their entire starting 5 going into next year, and they're looking to just kind of continue to add pieces around those guys. Who do you guys want the Knicks to pick? Type in the comment section. We showed you some of the guys available. So go ahead, let us know who you think the Knicks should pick.
As the New York Knicks are officially on the clock. A lot of good players still available. I will be happy with whoever they pick as well. My trust is in Leon the Don Rose. Leon the Don Rose, I trust him.
Yeah, whoever it is, demon. They're going to be a demon.
Yeah, whoever it is, they're the next best player that the Knicks are going to add. You know, Vasar.
Evans. I think Evans, if it's Evans, he could be a guy that really get the garden going. When he gets on one of those scoring waves where he's just knocking down threes, pouring in buckets, you get the crowd fired up.
As the 2026 NBA champions are on the clock with the 24th pick of the 2026 NBA Draft. Who will Leon Rose select?
Mike says, give me Zuby. Unfortunately, Zuby went 23rd.
As the Knicks are trading number 24 to the Lakers, who have number 25.
Okay, so whoever the pick is here, probably multiple teams wanted this guy because Lakers moved up just one spot.
The Knicks have traded down to 25. They do this song, they do this dance all the time.
This is Leon saying, okay, the Lakers don't want my guy, and I'm going to get the guy I do want at 25 for however much less on the salary cap.
So the Lakers are trading up for Cam Carr right here?
You think that would be the guy who is kind of sticking out as one of the top guys?
Why would
available?
the Knicks just not take him though?
I don't know. Maybe Leon. Like I said, they don't really care about the industry. They kind of just they form their own opinions and they lock in on their guys.
Leon Rose is up to something. So now the Los Angeles Lakers are on the clock. The Knicks are now picking 25th. I'm sure they get 1 or 2 second-round picks.
Yeah, that's it. Or maybe some draft swap rights, international swap rights, you think?
Lakers are on the clock. Whoever the Knicks pick here is not on their team. It'll be a Laker.
But he'll wear a Knick hat when he crosses.
It's going to be Cam Carr.
It has to be.
It's going to be Cameron Carr.
But the fact that the Knicks chose to trade back only one spot makes you think they probably still want to pick a guy here at 25.
Or they just trade down from 25.
Again? Trade down again?
Yes. It's what they do.
Leon.
I've done this for 4 drafts.
Yeah.
Every year I'm like, no way they pass on this guy.
Wait until pick 31 tomorrow. They may trade that pick 5 times.
I mean, yeah. Someone said, hopefully we got Bronny in the deal.
So the Knicks actually won the tiebreaker with the Lakers
To get,
get 24.
Okay. And it pays
So they
off from
swap
here.
it, and they get a pick out of it.
Yep.
We don't know the official haul yet, but the Knicks have traded down with the Lakers. I hate her.
I used to watch the draft. Remember the guy they used to have? They used to always do like the board where they would drag guys, and the guy never knew how to use it. He'd be like, "All right, here we go. Oh, I'm trying to click it. It's not working. But you guys know I'm trying to drag this guy over here." I think his name was Tom Penn. He never knew how to use the technology.
Alvin, we'll see. I'll take that bet. I think they're going to trade it. I think they're going to trade out. We'll see. Malik Andrews. I'm not looking to turn the page on the Knicks championship. You're not turning pages. We're the champs, Malika.
No Larry Malika?
Yeah. No Larry Malika.
We'll see who the Lakers.
When you have to come out and say, I'm not trying to turn, you're trying to turn.
No offense, but.
Yeah, no offense, but you have a punchable grill. No offense. I'm not trying to punch your grill.
You don't mean it.
Yeah. So the Lakers are on the clock. The New York Knicks have traded down one spot. So the Lakers will pick, and then the Knicks will pick. Maybe.
Potentially. Probably not.
Creed, you're in the building. What up, my man?
Creed.
No, it's definitely Sup Malika, but jeez, come on. At least have a good take every once in a while. It's literally your job. It's literally what you're employed to
Mike
do.
says, give me Koa Pete.
I like Koa Pete.
Koa Pete would be a good pick, I think.
That's a developmental piece.
Yeah. I think he could probably make an impact off the bench, like, immediately and maybe get better and better. Like, this is a guy that was projected as a probably lottery pick before the season.
All right. As the Lakers will select, the Lakers select Cameron Carr. The Knicks pass on the opportunity to take Cam Carr, and he is a Los Angeles Laker. So the Knicks pass on the opportunity to draft Cam Carr, and the Lakers will keep him.
Kind of spinning this here, like, the Lakers have not nailed their draft picks in recent years. So if the Lakers wanted him, maybe there's a good reason why the Knicks shouldn't have wanted him. That's part of the biggest issue with the Lakers is they have not been able to kind of capitalize on some of their recent draft picks. And you look and they're kind of short, on rotation level players, is because they have missed on guys like Dalton Knecht. I saw someone talk about Dalton Knecht and Jalen Hood-Schifino, two of their recent early picks who have not panned out into rotation level players. They're hoping to change and reverse that trend with Cameron Carr. But he is not a Knick. He's a Laker. And the Knicks are back on the clock.
Leon Rose has a guy he liked more than Cam Carr.
Yeah, he does.
Leon Rose has a guy he liked more.
And for a few less dollars on the salary cap. So, I mean, we can talk quickly about Carr here, as the Knicks did pass on him. He's got size and athleticism.
The Knicks receive cash considerations.
Oh, my God.
The Knicks get cash considerations. So the Knicks don't even get a pick. They just get cash.
Leon's
That tells you they did not like Cam Carr.
He's just doing it for fun, for the love of the game at this point.
He's giving his front office people some more juice,
a bonus,
maybe?
little bonus.
So the Knicks get cash considerations. I don't think that helps with the second apron.
No.
They're trading down again. They're going to trade down again. Knicks are on the clock.
You know, it's like, I don't know.
No one's complaining, dude. We're having a good time. Relax. We're the champs.
We're having fun.
Donald says Kai Soto. I don't think Kai Soto's in this draft. Knicks Galaxy in the building. I saw my guy Knicks Galaxy at the parade. He was standing in front of
Walgreens, CVS.
Walgreens CVS. I was actually going to beg him to go get me like a water from there
Yeah.
and throw it across.
I said, let's see that arm, but him. They should have drafted Marsh and Andrew. Oh, you're too kind of him.
We would have went back to back for show.
I could give you 6 fouls in about 3 minutes if you need it.
Sham Saranya saying the Knicks are looking to see if they could trade out at 25.
Oh my God.
They were never making a pick. They were never making a pick.
They traded back.
So I expect the Knicks to trade
2
back
times.
again. That's what I said 20 minutes ago. I expect it to happen again.
Right now, the Knicks technically on the clock, but like people, they are saying that the Knicks are looking to trade back again. They just traded out 24. The Lakers took Cameron Carr. That was after Lopez went 21st to the Grizzlies, Phylon to the Sixers, and Zubi Ejiofor to the Atlanta Hawks at 23. Steve Rose says F them picks. Yeah, F them picks.
Doug Fresh in the building. What up, my man?
Yeah, two fouls a minute. 6 fouls, 3 minutes, 2 fouls a minute.
On the clock. Who the best available? Best available.
We got Sanak.
Only 40 seconds left on the clock. I mean, the Knicks, they either got to make a pick
They
or
might be
just-
forced to pick a player here. Brazil, Taris Reed, a guy who's been linked to the Knicks. Pete has some fans here in the chat. International player Delaria out of Spain. Isaiah Evans, Malik Thomas, Vasar. I mean,
Go back to the first one if you can. I take Reed. Take Reed.
get that big guy, back up big off the bench. Zuby was already picked, everyone. He is not available.
Zuby has been picked.
He's
Can't
gone.
say Zuby in the chat.
He's gone.
Give me Terrace Reed Jr. Back to the basket, able to score, can dish it, can rebound it, can do all that. The Knicks moved down from 24 to 25. They had some cash. I don't hate Chris Sanak here either.
Yeah, I think like there are a lot of different good players the Knicks could go with, and that may be part of the reason they want to trade back is they feel that there is still like a good quality group of players, and
As the pick is in.
the pick is in.
So the Knicks are going to pick.
Maybe they're looking to trade back and they weren't happy with some of the offers that were coming in.
Here we go.
They
The
wasn't-
pick is in for the New York Knicks.
Not enough cash considerations.
Who
coming
do you
their
want?
way. I'm going to go with, give me Evans. Give me Isaiah Evans.
Isaiah Evans. I'll go Terrace Reed Jr.
All right. I wouldn't hate Pete. I wouldn't hate Reed.
I don't hate Pete. Brazil would be a swing for the fences.
Yeah.
Brazil. Who knows? All right. Says the pick is in. There was just
I
a
guess-
card put in front of Legler.
I feel like they could still technically, pick could be in, and it could still
And then
technically
still
be a
trade the
trade.
player,
It could
yeah.
still be a trade, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Let us know, who do you want the Knicks to pick? Pick is reportedly in, so
Pick is in. Who's it going to be? Who's going to join the champs? Will these guys have Larrys or no?
like by proxy. Yeah.
It's
They're
contagious.
Larry.
The Larry's
they're-
contagious.
They're Larry adjacent. They're Larry adjacent.
All right, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Knicks on the clock. The pick has been in for a long time.
ESPN just talking, not letting us know who the pick is.
Still nothing. Still nothing. Here we go. Come on, ESPN. Maybe the pick isn't in.
Maybe they're finalizing trade details.
Still nothing. As we wait and wait and wait.
Here we go. As Sergio De La Reyna will be a New York Knick. With the 20, oh Lord, I go full screen here. Leon Rose does what Leon Rose does best. He picks someone that you just don't know. With the 25th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Sergio De La Reyna. Sergio De La Reyna, a guard from Spain or a forward from Spain. I don't know who he is, and I love that. I didn't know who Mo Diawara was, and I love the pick now. Sergio De La Reyna, you are a New York Knick. Leon Rose doing what he does best, manipulating the draft. He moves down, he gets some cash, and he selects Sergio De La Reyna. We'll see what he's got. Welcome to the Knicks, Sergio De La Reyna. Let's redo it right now. Yeah, right now. So tell him right here. We're going to redo short right here. Here we go. With the 25th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Sergio De La Reyna, the guard out of Spain at the tail end of round one. The New York Knicks held the 24th pick. They traded down one spot for cash considerations, and they end up pulling the trigger on Sergio De La Reyna. I would bet that this is a draft and stash, but we've seen the Knicks do all types of crazy things in the NBA draft before. Leon Rose, I'm sure he's up to something. I trust in Leon Rose. And Sergio De La Reyna, you are a New York Knick. Well, no, it's like the second take, and I do like a hard reset. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to be honest. I don't know who he is. Sergio De La Reyna. Supposed to be a good shooter. I think we got a draft something on him. His number one skill is perimeter shooting. Unreal. Sergio De La Reyna. Jake Fisher says, had heard De La Reyna for both New York and before the rule trade number 28 had appealed because of his draft and stash opportunity. The Wolves obviously used that pick to get off Randall's money. Knicks don't expect De La Reyna to come to the NBA this season.
There you go. So go ahead, grade the trade, and then grade the pick of De La Reyna, A, B, C, D, or F. The Knicks, I guess, trying to really save some money under the cap and the aprons, so they are trying to stash.
Maybe this means they're bringing back.
Maybe this means
Mitch
that
and Shaman.
they don't have to. They can erase that kind of salary from their equation. And seeing some F's, A's, B's, a little bit of a mixed reaction here in the chat.
Wow. Sergio De La Reyna. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, let's just jump into a cut here. Just jump into a cut. Do we have graphics on this guy? Yeah, double check that. Sergio De La Rey is a New York Knick, and it sounds like right now that he is going to not join the Knicks next year. He will be a draft and stash. And will this be another Rokas Jacobaitis? Will he ever play for the New York Knicks? Unsure, but we'll see. He's 20 and a half years old. We know how the Knicks view the NBA draft. So we'll break this all down coming up momentarily. The Knicks save $3.2 million on the cap by not picking a player to come over and join the team this year. So, yeah, let's just do like that big L3. We'll go right in to grade the pick. And at some point, do the merch in there as well. Why at such an early pick? 25 ain't that early. 25 ain't that early, and the New York Knicks are playing the money game right now. Knicks are playing the money game. They got to stay below that second apron, or they're trying to have as much room as possible to potentially bring back a Mitchell Robinson, bring back a Landry Shamet. So I don't know. No, we don't do that right here. I think it comes back to this. If the Knicks can stay under the second apron and they're able to bring back Mitchell Robinson or Landry Shamet this pick will look pretty good. As Denver is trading pick number 26 to San Antonio. All right. All right. We ready? Sergio De La Rey. I would like some cash considerations too, Steve. If the Knicks are handing out cash considerations, I would like it. All right. Sergio De La Rey, you are a New York Knick. Maybe. We're going to break it down on today's show because with the 25th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Sergio De La Rey. You're watching Knicks Now by Chat Sports. My name is Marshall Green. We are presented by Prize Picks. You may not know who he is. We've got all the information that you need, but I do want to hear from you first before I tell you what's the deal with De La Rey. Grade the pick for me in the comment section. Get out your red pen. A, B, C, D, or F. I want to hear from all of you in the comments. The New York Knicks held pick number 24 in the NBA draft, but they ended up making a deal with the Los Angeles Lakers to move from pick 24 to number 25. They add cash consideration, so essentially just some money to move down. And then they go ahead and they select Sergio De La Rey, the guard out of Spain. He is 6'6", 180 pounds, and 20 years old. Averaged 7 points per game last year, 2.9 assists, but he shot 41% from three, and that is where his name holds the most weight. Some scouting notes that we had on Sergio De La Rey is great size for a guard and isn't afraid to play physical when needed. Elite shooting prospect with consistent efficiency as his volume grew. Not the quickest or the most athletic guard. He was the 25-26 Liga Endesa Best Young Player. He rejected NCAA offers to stay with Valencia this year, shooting 41%
with a 29.5 percentage of assists. Only NCAA guys 6'2" with those numbers are Darius Acuff and Christian Anderson. So you look at that, and that's some juice there. Look, does this guy ever play for the Knicks? I don't know. We'll talk more about that, but No Ceiling says he is a guard with optimal size who has shown his versatility for his 2 straight seasons at the highest level of competition outside the NBA, playing as an elite off-ball shooter while also creating for others with his advanced passing vision. Some people think he could play point guard. Some do not. Ian Begley saying the Knicks will have Sergio De La Rea's rights, but similar to Rokas Jacobaitis, they can keep those rights without signing him to an NBA contract. So he would not impact the 2026-27 team salary. Every dollar counts for the New York Knicks, which is operating as a team that will not exceed the second apron. So in English, the Knicks draft a player that they don't have to pay on the books this year as they try to stay under that second apron, which James Dolan said they do not want to go over. Jake L. Fisher, who covers the NBA, says the Knicks don't expect De La Rea to come to the NBA this season. So as classic of a draft and stash that you can have when it comes to Sergio De La Rea, who ends up joining the New York Knicks. Look, I don't have any strong opinions of him as a player. I hadn't even heard of him, really who he was before draft day, but the Knicks clearly have a plan. And their plan is to not add unnecessary talent to this team at this point. There was a trade in this draft at pick number 26, but the Knicks decided not to make that pick. These were kind of the picks prior to the New York Knicks being on the board. I know they could have picked Cam Carr if they wanted to, but I think it just came down to this. The New York Knicks did not want to pay a rookie salary at number 24 at this spot. So they'll look ahead to the offseason. Free agency is around the corner. We'll talk what the Knicks will potentially need to do with those selections. But with Mitchell Robinson and Landry Shamet set to be a free agent, important stuff coming up. Do have to tell you, though, about our presenting sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks, America's #1 sports pick app. When you download the app today and you use that promo code HMA and you play your first $5 lineup, Prize Picks is going to hook you up with $50 in lineups instantly. So get hooked up with them. They're the truth. We really do appreciate you. And if you didn't guess, Sergio De La Rea is a CAA client as well. So CAA Mafia stands tall, but get hooked up with Prize Picks. You could pick winners, spreads, totals, or you can go with their power play lineups where you select 2 to 6 player stat lines and you either pick more or you pick less on their stat total. Prize Picks is the best in the game right now. You can get active on the World Cup as well. You can go ahead and pick USA to beat Turkey, or if you think Turkey's going to beat USA. So check them out. Download the app, create an account, use that promo code HMA, play $5, get $50 instantly. The Knicks know that they are up against the second apron at this point right now, and every move that they make and every decision that they go ahead and make going forward is going to have that second apron within their thoughts and in their mind, and they're going to maneuver and find ways to be creative and not add unnecessarily salary cap money to this team. Like Mitchell Robinson is a free agent. You draft Sergio De La Rea, maybe that gives you enough money under the second apron to go and get Mitchell Robinson back on a contract. You want to bring Landry Shamet back? Drafting Sergio De La Rea lets you go ahead and do that. Like coming into the offseason, the Knicks had free agents that they need to make a decision on. They've already brought back Mo Diawara at this point, but Robinson is still out there. Clarkson is still out there. Shamet's out there. Sohan's out there. And Huck Porty is out there as well. And James Dolan did not shy away from saying that the Knicks do not plan to go over the second apron. And he'll write as big of a check as he needs to, but he feels as if writing a check to go over that second apron would be like, he called it career suicide. for an organization. So the Knicks clearly don't want to do that. I will say this. I'm not going to complain, but the lack of importance, which may not be the right word, but lack of importance the Knicks place on the draft is a little bit, just makes it boring. And look, I'll take a championship every single day. I'm not complaining about that, but it'd be nice to have some young guys that we could wrap our arms around and say those are our guys. You got Kolek, you got Mo Diawara, so it's good to bring Diawara back. Who did the Knicks draft tonight? They drafted Mo Diawara. That's what I'm telling myself. They drafted Mohamed Diawara. Do want to let you guys know that our championship gear here at Knicks Now by Chat Sports is officially on sale. When you go to chatsports.com/Knicks Now and you get either one of these 3 t-shirts, or if you get all 3 of these t-shirts, you will save $20 on your order. If you buy those 3 t-shirts, you save $20. Or if you buy 2 t-shirts and you want to get this design in poster form, you'll also save $20. So you buy any 3 items from our championship collection, you save $20. So look, will Sergio De La Rey ever play for the Knicks? I don't know. Does not sound like the Knicks have any plans for him to be on the roster this year, as they are saving every penny that they can. But if he is a Knick, I'm hoping the best for him. He could shoot it. He's a bigger guard. He's had success in one of the top leagues in basketball across the globe. But we'll see. We'll see. I think the Knicks maybe have some more tricks up their sleeve, and maybe they know with them picking 31 tomorrow night, first pick of the second round, there was a guy that they liked there, and they would rather pay him the 31st slot value-wise on the money instead of number 25. So back to it tomorrow. We'll see what the New York Knicks do then. But Leon Rose doing what he does best, manipulating the NBA draft to help the salary cap. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. If you haven't yet, give me a follow on social media. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Instagram at @MarshallGreen_. Couple of picks that went by after the New York Knicks were on the clock. Terrence Reed Jr. goes to San Antonio. Another big to San Antonio. And then Chris Sinak goes to Boston.
How much help does Wemby need? I mean, how many centers does Wemby need? He's supposed to be 7'4", and yet all they do is draft centers. So there was a trade as well that went down. San Antonio trades up to get Terrence Reed with Denver. Denver picks up some extra draft capital. They get the 35th overall pick as well as second-round picks in 2028 and 2031. So Denver picks up some extra draft capital. The Spurs go up and get another center. That's two centers for the Spurs tonight.
We've seen this day go from the most important day of the season for the New York Knicks for
basically meaningless.
The last 3 years, they pick guys we have no idea who they are. Pacome Dadier, Mohamed Diawara, and now Sergio De La Rey.
Yeah.
They picked Tyler Kolek, who we all liked.
I have doubts about. I mean, they say he's not coming over this year. We'll see when and if he ever comes over.
Yeah, does he ever come over?
I mean, I have doubts this guy.
Rokas Jokubaitis never came over.
Yeah, he'll ever play for the Knicks. Who knows? And
if he does, I hope he's the best player ever.
Exactly. I mean, shooting, you could do worse than picking a good shooter. So
young, has size, could shoot the ball. How did Reed go to San Antonio? San Antonio traded up with right here. Denver.
Yeah, they traded up from 35 to 26.
Yeah, it potentially saves over $3 million.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you made too about like maybe the Knicks know they can get the guy they want at 31, and they don't want to add 2 players to this roster, so they want to get that guy in the cheaper slot. And they know that they can get him at 31. So we'll see who that is. Still some good players available. Obviously, we took you through the selections that happened since the Knicks selected Reed Jr. and then Sanak goes to Boston. So
Jalen Brown replacement, maybe?
maybe. Or you have a Giannis alternative. I mean, do they even need any of these guys, though, when you have Hugo and Shireman as well? Big-time players. But some of the guys available, like some of these guys are going to be targets for the Knicks potentially at 31. Like Brazil still available. Pete's still on the board. Isaiah Evans, a guy who I thought they might be interested in at 24. He could still be available at the top of round 1. Vasar, a guy mocked to the Knicks. Caravan, a winning player who could probably fit into the Knicks culture and system. Miller, Nickel, like Jefferson is a lot of people in the NBA are high on him and his skill set. We'll see. But speaking of Jefferson, he is a Minnesota Timberwolf. So scratch that. Joshua Jefferson will not be the pick. Or is this a trade? All right, this is a part of
This was the Julius Randle
trade. So
I'm
Jefferson
trying to
goes
post
to
some
the.
stuff if you want to just.
He'll be in New York, but he will not be a New York Knick. He'll be a Brooklyn Net as a part of this trade that went down yesterday on the night before the draft.
Huh? No, what's up? Just trying to get all these clips out and talk about the draft.
So this was the trade. It involved the 28th overall pick, which is now Jefferson going to Brooklyn. Even though it says he is a Timberwolf, he is not. So that kind of finalizes a little bit of this deal, although there's still a second-round pick tomorrow involved, so it won't be fully finalized. But Jefferson is a Brooklyn Net as a part of this trade that went down yesterday. And like I said, there's a lot of people in the NBA who like what he brings to the table. He's got a prototypical frame in his position with the chops become a real asset on defense. And he's also able to pick apart defense as a passer. So a two-way guy and like a passing guy who's got a little bit of size, has value in the NBA, is a little bit of a point forward type. He's got shooting numbers improved last season with higher volume, but there's still some questions about how that'll translate to the NBA. So obviously, like, you're not getting a perfect prospect at the end of round 1, but a lot of good things about him for Brooklyn. 16.4 points per game. Also averaged 7.4 rebounds, 4.8 assists, 1.5 steals, and decent shooting numbers on a good Iowa State team. So was on a winning group, a part of a winning group there. And this is what No Ceilings has to say about him. They say he has a body and a brain that are built for the NBA. He can drill spot-up threes, make great passes, defend multiple positions, and owns the glass on both sides of the floor. He sounds like a pretty good player, according to that. So we'll see what happens. But it's Jefferson who is going to Brooklyn via the Minnesota Timberwolves as a part of the Julius Randle trade. And that means that not San Antonio. The Cleveland Cavaliers are on the clock. Another team that's trying to catch the Knicks and get better and figure out how they can improve their team enough to beat the New York Knicks.
It's hard to complain when you're a champ, but man, they sure do know how to take all the fun out of the NBA draft.
Yeah, not much juice.
Well, I love the Knicks more than just as much as anybody out there, but and if you told me that they never make another pick in the rest of my life, but they win a championship every year, I'd sign up for it. But draft is fun. It's cool and it's exciting, and Leon Rose hates it. I mean, he's doing what he's got to do as well.
Yeah, we lauded him. I lauded him earlier, talking about he always is creative and how to figure out ways to save money and push the boundaries. And like that is one method that we've seen him do several times, is kind of push a draft pick or take draft pick away. So you have to open up some salary space. And he goes back to that well tonight with the international pick of Sergio De La Rey.
And Sacramento is moving up to the 29th pick.
We got a 3-point goal. Alvin, you bang!
I lost the bet, but I am a champ. Let's go, Alvin U. $50
Alvin,
super
you.
chat. That's my guy right there. Shout out to Alvin U. I was looking for the bottle of tequila, but I ended up taking that home after the Knicks won the finals because we were celebrating at the crib. But I'm taking a shot in spirit. I did enough drinking in New York. I'm on a break. I'm on a break until tomorrow. Because once we get to pick 55, we're gonna want to be drinking.
There we go.
Alvin, I love you, brother. Seriously,
Robert Hicks,
with a $2 super chat.
$2 super chat. I think it might be his second super chat of the night as well.
That's my guy right there. Robert Hicks, did you know that you're a champion?
It says not an F, it's a WTF. LOL. Yeah.
We all knew it. We all knew this is what they were going to do. They were either going to trade out or they were going to take a draft and stash player. At least that's what I believed in my heart of hearts because I've gotten my hopes up for them to take someone
Yeah.
and they just don't do it.
They never do it. They are no fun in that regard, but I'll take a Larry over there.
I'll take the Larry.
That's it. The Knicks drafted Larry tonight.
Yeah.
So this was the trade for Sacramento to move up to 29 with Cleveland. They give up number 34 and a future second to get up to 39. And the pick is in. There's going to be a friend of the program. The Sacramento Kings select Alex Caravan, forward at a UConn.
Wow.
So a guy that maybe the Knicks thought the Knicks would be targeting at 31. He goes 29 to Sacramento. The guy at the multi-time champ, national champ at a UConn who averaged 13.2 points per game last season, had a legit 6'6" and 3/4. He is a newest member of the Sacramento Kings. Scouting reporter on Caravan is he's a modern-day role player who moves off the ball really well and already has NBA range. He is a connective passer who's always looking to make the right play, not the selfish play. I think that was really highlighted if you watch the UConn buzzer beater by Braylon Mullins in the NCAA tournament. Caravan, the senior leader of the team, had the ball in his hands with the clock winding down, and he chooses to make the extra pass over to Mullins, who hits the shot of a lifetime, and just making the extra pass, making the right play for your team. That defined it right there for Caravan. They say he could face issues, though, with a lack of athleticism. And when I was looking at it from a Knicks perspective, I figured they would be a good enough team and a good enough coaching staff to kind of scheme him around that. But you go to Sacramento, and maybe that becomes a little bit more of an issue. But Alex Caravan, UConn legend, and you heard Dan Hurley speak very highly of him. One of his favorite, if not his favorite players ever. A guy loves basketball and just always looking to get better. And the Kings probably need more guys like that, so maybe not a bad pickup for them. No Ceilings is a fan of him. They say, do you want an elite shooter with great passing feel, front court size, and a championship pedigree? If you do, Alex Caravan is a player for you. So he goes to the Sacramento Kings. And they trade up for him with the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they jump in front of the Dallas Mavericks and the New York Knicks to draft Alex Caravan. So you ready to roll? But there is a trade that we have to inform you of, as the Dallas Mavericks are not the team on the clock. It is the Phoenix Suns. They trade with the Dallas Mavericks for the 30th pick overall.
Oh, Lord, 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 Lord.
Adrian says drafting SDL, meaning Sergio De Lara, is smart. Gives us a shot to sign Shamet and or Mitch. Don't need to have fun on draft day. Rather celebrate another Larry running it back. ILWT in Leon we trust.
Kevin O'Connor says Sergio De La Rey is a great pick for the Knicks. He is a tall playmaking guard with major feel and a knockdown jumper who thrives within team concepts. He suffered a dislocated shoulder that ended his 2024-2025 season and removed him from draft boards. But it ended up being a blessing in disguise since he returned with a bigger role and stronger production for Valencia, who could win the Spanish League Championship this year. Love it. Kevin O'Connor had him ranked as the 20th best player in this draft.
Knicks get a steal at 25.
Leon Rose does it again.
Highway robbery. As the final selection is in for the Phoenix Suns. And they go with Koa Pete. So he stays in Arizona with the Phoenix Suns. The 6'7", 245-pound Arizona Wildcat, who averaged 14 and 5 after coming in as a highly touted recruit, stays in Arizona and goes to Phoenix. They trade up with the Dallas Mavericks to select him. And the reason he fell is maybe some people feel he's a little bit of a tweener. Does have athleticism and strength, and is kind of one of those connective pieces, but maybe that's not what you're looking with for a potential lottery pick, and that's why he goes to the last pick in round 1. The long-term projection will be determined by the development of his jump shot, so we'll see if he can develop his shooting at the pro level, but was productive at Arizona. I mean, he put up 14 and 5 on 52.8% shooting and was a big part of playing winning basketball there. So it's hard to knock him for that, but obviously people did not love his potential pro prospects, and that's why he falls all the way to 30th. No Ceiling says he's a bully of an old-school NBA forward who stands out with intangibles and toughness, who could offer another stratosphere of upside if a couple areas of his game continue to trend upward. So Phoenix chooses to bet on his upside and hope that he turns into a good player for them at 30th overall, but something to keep in mind as now the draft is over. Is even though round 1 ends tonight, the New York Knicks are on the clock. They hold the 31st pick in the NBA draft, the number 1 pick in round 2, thanks to a trade with the Washington Wizards that they made a while ago. It was for a first-round pick, but it did not kind of end up. It was protected, and it did not end up going to the Knicks for a number of years, so it turned into a second-rounder, which is this pick from the Wizards. So these are some of the best players available. You got Trayvon Brazil out of Arkansas, Isaiah Evans. Blue in the chat says, let's celebrate the Knicks get Isaiah Evans. If they want him, they'll be able to get him. They could still look to trade this pick. Vasar, another guy that's been connected to the Knicks, he's still available. Brazil, Malik Thomas, Baba Miller, Tyler Nickel, Richie Saunders, Otega Owe, Jacoby Gillespie, Quadir Copeland, Seth Trimble. We got a guard out of Tennessee State, Aaron Kruma. Jaden Bradley, another Wildcat. Dylan Mitchell, St. John's. Emmanuel Sharp, Houston. And Ryan Conwell out of Louisville kind of round out some of the best guys available. But the Knicks hold the cards to round 2. They can.
How about Henry Vasar?
Yeah, why not? I mean, listen, I saw him hit some big shots in North Carolina this year in games they needed. Like, he's a shooter who can stretch the floor. I think from what I saw from him, he could improve his toughness and his physicality a little bit, but the Knicks aren't going to ask him to come in and play huge minutes right away if he is the pick. Like, he's going to come in, he's going to be a bench guy, continue to develop him into his physicality. Like, and I'm not saying Vasar is going to be Mitchell Robinson, but like, remember when Mitchell Robinson first came to the Knicks, he was super skinny, had a rail thin frame, and look, he bulked up and put on muscle over the years, and now he's one of the best rebounders in the league. Nobody can keep him off the glass. So if Vasar can come in and continue to develop after I think initially starting in Arizona and then transferring to North Carolina. I think that'd be a great pick for the Knicks. We'll see. Who do you want the Knicks to draft at the top of round 2? Drop it in the comments. Is it Brazil, Evans, Thomas, Vasar, or any of the other guys we talked about, or anyone in the draft who you think would be a good pick? Or do you think they should trade? If you think they should trade out, like there may be a lot of guys who, a lot of teams who want to move up for certain guys, whether it's Evans. Whether
Source,
it's
New York traded Sergio De La Rey to the Dallas Mavericks for number 30. Koa Pete and 2 second-round picks, and then the Knicks traded Pete to the Suns. So De La Rey isn't even a Knick. Oh! Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Oh, he deleted it. He deleted it.
Never mind.
Shams deleted it. Hold on.
I think he might have retweeted it. It looks like he's tweeted it 4 different times.
New York traded number 25 to the Dallas for 30. So the Knicks move out of the first round. They pick up 3 second-rounders.
That's not right.
Should be a 3-team trade.
Yeah.
Go trade 3 and see. So I did win the bet, Alvin. You. I mean, it's the most Leon Rose thing ever. Why is
He shed all the sacks.
why are they hyped about the Mavericks? Why is he saying Masai is the best executive of all time? I don't get it. Sergio? Oh. That's what the initial one was. Yeah.
So the Knicks make a trade. They do not end up with Sergio De La Rey. They trade down first from 24 to 25. They
This
trade
is
down
unbelievable.
further from 25 to 30, which we didn't even know. And then they trade 30 away to the Phoenix Suns, and they come out of it with a grand total of 3 future second-round picks, no first-round picks. As far as I know, they are still on the board at number 31 overall. They will pick or be set to pick then whether or not they actually make a selection. We'll find out tomorrow, but
All right. All right, let's do a short real quick. Have that.
yeah, I'm going to
Put
it
that in
up.
preview,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got you.
All right, let's do it. Just when you thought the NBA draft was over, it really never even began for the New York Knicks. Breaking news, make sure you subscribe and follow for the most up-to-date information on the Knicks. We thought the New York Knicks selected Sergio De La Rey with the number 25 pick. Well, in fact, they did, but they just ended up trading it to the Dallas Mavericks. And they got pick number 30. And then they selected Koa Pete. But then they traded that pick to the Phoenix Suns. So the New York Knicks completely trade out of round 1. And they get 3 second-round picks. Nobody hates the NBA draft more than Leon Rose. He does what he does best. He ducks out of the draft. They save cap space. They save about $3 million by doing this. And maybe, just maybe, they're going to try to bring back Mitchell Robinson and Landry Shamet.
You never said anything about them initially starting at 24 and trading with the Lakers.
It doesn't fucking matter.
All right.
Sources, New York traded. Here's the sources. New York traded number 25 pick De La Rey to the Dallas Mavericks for number 30. Koa Pete and 2 second-round picks. And the Knicks traded Pete to the Suns for 3 second. Okay, that's not even right. So scrap that short. So they get 5 future first, second round picks.
They're like the Grizzlies.
Okay. Let's try this again. Let's just wait till we get all the official details. There's no reason to keep doing this and getting it wrong. I mean, this is ridiculous. So he turns number 24 essentially into 5 second-round picks. That's essentially what it is. Right?
Yeah, that's what. Just by us and cash considerations as well.
So Phoenix sent number 47 among the 3 second rounders to New York. Sources said As he deletes another fucking tweet. Holy shit, Shams. You're fucking terrible at your job. Bring Woj back. He laps your ass. Mike actually getting pissed off now. It's your job. It's literally just your job. So we don't know what we got. Shams Charania has attempted to tweet 6 times and cannot get it right. Freaking hate this, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous, dude. This is actually ridiculous.
What we do know is that the Knicks, I don't think, make a pick in tonight's draft. They are still on the clock at 31 at the top of round 2. We don't know the exact compensation yet. The Knicks moved back several times after starting the night at 24 overall.
Okay, a tweet from Shams. The Phoenix Suns sent number 47 among the 3 second-rounders to New York. So the Knicks now add that 47th pick to number 31 and 55 on Wednesday night. The champion Knicks are now on the clock, and per sources, they have already received offers of future draft assets for number 31 and intend to move the pick prior to the start of night 2 of the draft.
The Knicks have no intention of picking anybody in this draft. They are going to probably move those later picks for cash.
I think he finally figured it out. I mean, you want to go to the trade graphic? I think that we got it right.
So the Knicks started at 24 overall. They moved back 1 spot with the Lakers from 24 to 25, and then at 25 they trade back multiple times from 25 to 30, and then from 30 out of the first round entirely, in total picking up 5 future second-round picks and cash considerations, setting them up to now hold 31, 47, and 55 in the second round of the NBA Draft.
And they're planning to trade
31. They have no intention or their intention, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, is to trade pick 31 for future draft capital. So the Knicks trading out of the first round entirely, and they plan to trade out at the top of round 2 as well. So they must not like a lot of prospects in this draft.
I think it's more about saving the money.
The money, yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with the prospects. All right, let's try to film this short.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Nobody puts their. This is just ridiculous. I'm flustered. All right. Well, an absolute. I don't even know what to say. We'll restart it.
Hey, we're
larried.
Someone in the chat said we're larried. We're
larried. Does not
larried.
matter. We're larried.
All these 5 middle schoolers, future middle schoolers, are going to be NBA champions.
All right. Okay, that's right. All right. If you have no idea what the New York Knicks did in round 1 of the 2026 NBA Draft, I'm going to tell you, and that's why you subscribe. So hit that big red sub button and follow for everything New York Knicks every single day. The New York Knicks started the NBA Draft with pick number 24. Then they trade that to the Lakers, and they end up with the 25th overall selection. They get cash considerations from LA. And then absolute chaos happens. The New York Knicks end up trading pick number 25 to the Dallas Mavericks, who select Sergio De La Rey. And then the New York Knicks trade pick number... I still don't get it. So they trade 25 to who?
To the Mavericks, who
For
were
what? For
originally
number
at
30.
30, and then they trade 30 to Phoenix.
Okay. Jesus Christ. All right, we're going to restart it. This is the one, Durham. I'm going to get it right. All right. If you're like me and you have no idea what just happened with the New York Knicks in round 1 of the NBA Draft, I'm going to try to break it down. So subscribe and follow for New York Knicks content every single day. The New York Knicks started the NBA Draft with pick number 24. Then they traded that pick to the Lakers for pick number 25 and then cash considerations. Then the New York Knicks trade pick number 25 to the Mavericks for pick number 30. Then the Knicks trade pick number 30 to the Phoenix Suns for a combined 5 future second-round picks coming from the Suns and the Dallas Mavericks. The New York Knicks now own pick number 31, pick number 47, and I believe pick number 55 in the second round. And it already sounds like they're going to trade pick number 31. Leon Rose, he does it again. Is that right? I think I got it right.
I think you got it, yeah.
I think I got it right. I think I finally got it right.
Alvin, you should have said, I thought you were going to say, if you don't know who the Knicks did on draft night, neither does Shams Charania.
And neither do I.
Nobody knows. Do you think Leon even knows? Leon's directions: do not pick a player under any circumstances tonight, whatever you do.
That's the right trade, right?
I don't think anyone knows.
What the fuck?
I think that should just be the video title. What the fuck?
That's a what the fuck.
He's winning another Larry. Who said that out there? Was that Larry-less Smitty? You sounded like a Larry, though. What is even the title for this video?
That De La Rey highlight reel you tweeted out that was fucking sick.
That guy's a... I think the title should just be WTF. Leon Rose does it again. Question mark. Yes! I still don't know if I understand the trade. Grab a mic, Alper.
What is going on? Is it?
Hold on. There we go.
What is going on here?
If you want to try to talk through it.
I saw us draft a guy who was drafting stash, and I'm like, okay, we get a shooter, that's fine. And then right as the draft ends, we see trade. And then I'm like, all right, is Koa Pete coming to the Knicks? No, he's going to the Suns. Okay, for second round picks. And then even more second round picks, and one of those picks is tomorrow.
But they're trading pick 31.
Yes.
And so they own pick 47 and I think 55 tomorrow. 55, yeah, 55.
Well, didn't we find Diawara pick 55 last year?
So we're getting another Diawara.
Bro Hamid, 3 Awara.
I mean, that was ridiculous, guys. I tried my best to get it right. I was all in on Sergio De La Rey.
Oh, so was I. I was like, this guy can shoot. Hey, he's a Landry Shamet, but also some guy that can bring the ball up the court, and that's something we need. And now he's gone. The Knicks I never know what we're doing. I never understand what we're doing, and it is what it is.
Y'all got him.
I know.
Is he that guy?
Leon Rose did it again.
What? Okay. Well, I have to show one thing before. One thing.
He's larried. He's larried. Oh, that's good stuff. Oh, man. What a day. I mean,
You guys got what, 5 seconds?
we got
2 deals.
all the second round
You and
picks.
the Grizzlies. You and the Grizzlies are hoarding seconds.
That's ridiculous. I think we'll figure it out. I have no idea either. That's why I started the show. If you have no idea what happened, I'll break it down to you. All right, let's do a VOD. Don't be smacking in my ear. Just got to talk about the trade, and then we'll talk about free agency after that. I mean, absolute chaos. Oh my God. That was ridiculous. I felt like I was in a blender. Like just getting thrown around everywhere. Are you kidding me? My head hurts from that.
I don't think anyone knew. I think everyone who's cared about what the Knicks did tonight has a headache right now.
Are the Shams tweets in? Did Jeremy put those in?
Yeah, these two.
All right. Let's try to talk through this. If you're like me and you have no idea what the New York Knicks just did in round 1 of the NBA Draft, sit down because I got everything you need to know. You're watching Knicks Now by Chat Sports. My name is Marshall Green, and we are presented by Prize Picks. I think I can speak for everybody. Trust in Leon Rose. Just trust in Leon Rose. If you do, and you're riding with Leon the Don Rose, hit that thumbs up icon right now. Set the stage a little bit here. The New York Knicks came into the NBA draft with the 24th overall pick and the 31st overall pick and the 55th overall pick. And now it is completely different. Shams Charania saying sources. The New York Knicks traded number 25. Before that, the New York Knicks traded pick number 24 to the Los Angeles Lakers for pick number 25, and they picked up cash considerations. So that was the first trade they made, 24 to 25. Then with pick number 25, they trade that to the Dallas Mavericks for pick number 30 and 2 second-round picks. Then the Knicks traded pick number 30 to the Suns for 3 second-round picks in cash. So the Knicks turned pick number 24 into a double dose of cash considerations, and not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 second-round picks. I have never seen a team operate the NBA draft quite like Leon Rose, Worldwide West, Brock Aller, Walt Perrin, and the boys in blue. So let's start with this. The Knicks own pick number 24. They trade it to the Lakers for pick number 25 and then cash considerations. And then the pick comes across. The New York Knicks select Sergio De La Rey. But they picked him for the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks send 2 second-round picks and pick number 30 to the Knicks for number 25. So then the Knicks are back on the clock at number 30. Then they trade pick number 30 to the Phoenix Suns for 3 future second-round picks to end the night by going from pick number 24 to nothing in the first round to 5 second-round picks and cash considerations. So now you would believe the New York Knicks are on the clock at pick number 31, right? Right? That's what Shams Charania said. Not so fast. Shams Charania is reporting that, here it is. Phoenix sent number 47 among the 3 second-rounders to New York. So the Knicks now add the 47th pick to number 31 and 55 on Wednesday night. The champion Knicks are now on the clock as they have the first pick in round 2, which will start tomorrow night, Wednesday night. They have already received offers of future draft assets for number 31, and they now intend to move the pick prior to the start of night 2 of the NBA draft. Leon Rose out here wheeling and dealing. I mean, why did they do this? That's probably the question you're asking. Why did the New York Knicks completely trade out of round 1 and add 5 second-round picks? For salary cap reasons. The New York Knicks are up against the second apron. And James Dolan says he does not want to go past the second apron, which would mean they need to create as much room as possible under the second apron. They've already re-signed Mohamed Diawara. Robinson, Clarkson, Shamet, and Sohan are all unrestricted free agents, and now Ariel Hukporti is their lone restricted free agent. If the New York Knicks plan is to bring back Mitchell Robinson and or Landry Shamet, they had to do what they did tonight. The New York Knicks looked at it like this. We would rather bring our guys back than add these rookie salaries to our cap sheet and build that way. That's what it is. They valued the money and the cap space under the second apron more so than any player in the NBA draft. And quite frankly, I don't think that there was any player the Knicks would have picked at pick 24 or 25 or 30 or 31. It's more about the money. We'll talk more about the money, but if you want to make some money while watching some live professional sports, the place to do it is with Prize Picks. It's America's #1 sports pick app. So download the app today. Use that promo code HMA. Play your first $5 lineup, and Prize Picks is going to hook you up with $50 in lineups instantly. Super fun, super easy to play. All you do is create a lineup of 2 to 6 players. You either pick more or you pick less on the stats that Prize Picks selects for that player. Prize Picks continues to level up their game and add more features, and now team picks are available on Prize Picks. You could just pick winners, you could pick spreads, or you can pick totals. For instance, if you think that USA in the World Cup is going to beat Turkey on Thursday, you could put some money on that with a chance to 1.85x your entry fee. So download the app, create an account, use that promo code HMA, play your first $5 lineup, and get hooked up with Prize Picks. AC, let's start with the Lakers trade, and then let's go to the next trade. I'm going to try to clear and concise break this down as best as possible because I somewhat feel as if I have not done the best job because it is still flying through my head. The New York Knicks start the night with pick number 24 to their name. The Knicks trade 24 to the Lakers, and they received number 25 and cash considerations. So the Knicks are on the clock at number 25. They then select Sergio De La Rey. But then they trade Sergio De La Rey to the Dallas Mavericks for pick number 30 and a couple of second-round picks. Then the Knicks select Koa Pete at 30, but they end up trading him to the Phoenix Suns for 3 future second-round picks. So here's the full trade. The Lakers get Cam Carr. The Mavericks get Sergio De La Rey. The Suns get Koa Pete. The Knicks get the 47th pick, 4 future second-round picks, cash consideration from the Lakers, and cash considerations from the Suns. Does that make sense? Kinda, maybe, but that's what it is. Cam Carr to the Lakers, Sergio De La Rey to the Mavericks, the 30th overall pick, Koa Pete to the Suns, pick number 47 to the Knicks, 4 future second-round picks to the Knicks, and cash from the Lakers and cash from the Suns. And now the Knicks own pick 31, 47, and 55 in round 2 starting on Wednesday. And according to Shams, they have already received offers and intend to move the pick prior to the start of Thursday's draft. Leon Rose, you are a funny guy. Alvin, you in the chat telling me it's starting to make some sense. I think it does make some sense as well in my head. And I hope I'm doing a good job of explaining it to everybody else out there. The Knicks trade out of the NBA draft, essentially, so they don't have to pay a rookie the slot of number 24 overall money or the slot of number 31 overall money. And now they are, I think this shows you that they are going to try to stay under that second apron to the best of their ability. And they're going to do so while either trying to bring back Mitchell Robinson and or Landry Shamet. And if there was a way that I could push a button to run this team back, I would do it. So I'm A-okay with bringing in back Shamet and or Mitchell Robinson. You just want a Larry. I'm cool with it. We do have some brand new Knicks Now by Chat Sports Championship merch. We've got our Jalen Brunson 1A t-shirts. Sup, Becky. We've got our OMFG OG Anunoby Tips It Up and In t-shirts and our official World Championship t-shirts as well. And we have this championship design in a museum quality poster. If you buy any of those 3 items, you'll save $20 on your order. You just got to do it at chatsports.com/Knicks Now. That's chatsports.com/Knicks Now. What a day. What a circus. What a merry-go-round. My head is still spinning. I was convincing myself Sergio De La Rey was the right player, but he's not a Knick, and he'll never be a Knick. And the Knicks, well, I figured it out. You know who the Knicks drafted tonight? Larry O'Brien. And they're looking to get another Larry O'Brien. Championship moves being made by a championship front office led by Leon the Don Rose. If you want to see the Knicks go back-to-back, hit that thumbs up icon. Make sure you are following me on social media. The Knicks trade out of round 1. They had 5 future second-round picks. And here we go. The offseason's here, baby. Appreciate you guys. Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and let's go Knicks.
Wow. It's like the draft day movie, except the post-it said, trade the picks. Trade the picks the entire time. The Knicks were never taking a player tonight. And we did say, like, after Lario was picked, De La Rea was picked, that, like, they could still trade him. We hadn't heard that. No news broke of that. It did not break until the Koa Pete. Do you think there was maybe a potential, like it was contingent on Pete still being available then? Or I guess, I don't know. But the Knicks end up with nobody. They did draft the Larry O'Brien trophy, and they potentially draft Landry Shamet or Mitchell Robinson if they're able to keep one of those guys because of the work they did tonight.
Here, hold it down real quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. So, crazy night for the Knicks. Multiple trades by Leon Rose with the ultimate goal of kind of shedding as much salary as possible. I think there's a chance that the De La Rea trade may have been contingent, and the Knicks would have been okay just stashing him potentially because that wouldn't have affected their salary. But we will see how that turns out. And oh, yeah? All right, yeah. Good luck with that. We got Larry. We'll do a recap of the entire draft here from picks 1 to 30. Tonight was round 1. Round 2 is tomorrow. Number 1, the Wizards went with AJ Dybansta, the forward out of BYU, and then the Utah Jazz. Then went Darryn Peterson, the guard out of Kansas. Cam Boozer rounded out the top 3, the forward out of Duke, son of Carlos Boozer. And the top 4 finished with Caleb Wilson out of North Carolina. Headed to Chicago, another Tar Heel in Chicago, and they hope he can be like the last one that they had. And Keaton Wagler out of Illinois was the pick for the Los Angeles Clippers at 5th overall as they get another guard to pair alongside Darius Garland, Kawhi Leonard. Are they trying to still win with him? If they think that Wagler can be the guy to help them do that because they went with him over guys like Mikal Brown Jr. and Darius Acuff, who went with the subsequent 2 picks, Brown to Brooklyn, Acuff to Sacramento. And I think like all 3 of those guys are both lead guards, and even 4 of these guys with Kingston Fleming going 8. Like they're all going to be linked together because they're all guards picked in that section, one after the other, and it's going to be on LA. Do they make the right pick? Brooklyn, do they make the right pick? Sacramento and Atlanta then ends up with Flemings, and like I think they're all talented players. They're all highly effective college players. We saw them have varying levels of success this year. Will the right team fits? Who will develop? All likelihood 2 of these guys are going to hit. 2 of these guys are not going to hit. That's just kind of how the numbers work in the NBA draft. So we'll see. I like Acuff, the player, but Sacramento's a tough place to succeed. Mikal Brown goes to Brooklyn. Not sure how that'll work out. I like Flemings. He's a good player. Atlanta, he joins a talented team, the team that beat the Knicks the most in the playoffs this year. And Wagler in LA is an interesting fit with Garland there. Continuing on with the rest of the lottery, we saw 3 Michigan Wolverines go from 9 to 12, the first being Mo Johnson, who joins his former head coach, Dusty May, with the Dallas Mavericks. Then Braden Burries is the first pick of the post-Giannis era for the Milwaukee Bucks at 10th overall out of Arizona. 2 more Wolverines. Because the Axel Lendeborg goes to the Golden State Warriors, the forward out of Michigan. And Ade Mara, the OKC Thunder, draft another center, potentially replacing former Nick Isaiah Hartenstein with him, and he forms a scary defensive duo with Chet Holmgren on the back line. Continuing on with the late end of the lottery and beginning the rest of the first round, Nate Ament, forward out of Tennessee, is the second pick for the Milwaukee Bucks, and I like that from them. Ament, a guy with a lot of question marks, but if you're the Bucks, you got to take a big swing and try and go with a lot of upside because you are looking for the next face of your franchise post Giannis. So I don't hate that swing for them. That kind of is another piece of that Giannis trade. And then you go with Hans Steinbeck, the big out of Washington, goes to Charlotte. They are looking for another role player. They described him. He is a complimentary player, doesn't necessarily a guy who needs the ball in his hands to succeed. And he joins Con Knipple, LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller, and more players in what is an emerging and exciting Charlotte Hornets basketball team. And then the Bulls, a little bit of a surprise, go with Dalen Swain out of Texas at 15 overall. A lot of people thought they may go Cam Carr there. Instead, they go Swain. He has that slap that they look for in Chicago: size, length, athleticism, and physicality. And then the top 16 is rounded out with Bennett Sturts, the guard out of Iowa, going to OKC, who traded up to get Sturts as they had their sights set on him. Then Ebuka Okori, the Pistons trade up to 17 to select him. They get some more ball handling and shooting next to Cade Cunningham, as that was kind of the big thing they were lacking the entire playoff run. And listen, every team in the Eastern Conference is looking up at the New York Knicks and figuring how can we beat them. And Detroit, they think Okori could be a part of that recipe. The Hornets make their second top 18 pick. They get Christian Anderson, the guard out of Texas Tech. They pair him with Steinbach. They go home with a nice haul tonight, and they're trying to continue to build on that culture and that winning ways that they are kind of started to see this year in Charlotte, one of the best teams in the second half of the season. Alan Graves, the forward out of Santa Clara, an analytic and a player who the analytics really speak kindly of. He goes to Toronto. They're another team like Charlotte, who in Toronto actually made the playoffs this year, took the Cleveland Cavaliers to 7 games. Were not able to get a win in that playoff series, but they had him to their kind of young, growing team. He'll work alongside Scotty Barnes, former Knicks Barrett and Quickly, Colin Murray Boyles, Jamal Shedd, a couple nice pieces there, Brandon Ingram, and try and make some noise in the Eastern Conference. And the San Antonio Spurs, the losers of the NBA Finals, they start their night by adding Jaden Quaintance, the big out of Kentucky, a guy who has dealt with some injuries but is an exciting prospect and tantalizing prospect with a lot of athleticism. A lot of people rumored him to the Knicks if they were not going to be able to keep Mitchell Robinson as a potential Mitch Rob replacement, that a guy who could develop into what Mitchell Robinson did, like the Knicks were able to develop Mitchell Robinson himself. He does not make it to their selection as he goes to San Antonio. Then the Grizzlies, after trading back twice, they go home with Kareem Lopez, the international forward out of Mexico, who played with the New Zealand Breakers this past year in the Australian basketball league. I think it's might be called the NBL. Then LeBaron Philon Jr., who has had a little bit of a draft day slide, ends up in Philly. He joins those talented guards in Maxey and Edgecombe, so he'll probably come off the bench for them. But an embarrassment of riches at the guard position there for Philly. Zuby Ejiofor, the big out of St. John's, a guy that the Knicks had liked or were linked to, and a lot of people wanted him to stay in New York and continue to play his home games at Madison Square Garden. He is an Atlanta Hawk, so the Hawks pick up Flemings and Ejiofor. They add 2 talented players to their team. And then the Knicks, originally slated to pick at 24, traded back with the Los Angeles Lakers. And the Lakers took Cameron Carr, the guard out of Baylor. So you would think the Knicks were at 25, but they were not. So they did take Sergio De La Rey, but they traded him to the Dallas Mavericks, as we will show that trade here. So they trade him to the Dallas Mavericks, and then they were at 30, but they select Koa Pete and trade him to Phoenix, and in total they end up with 5 second-round picks and cash considerations. So that's how that kind of played out there. They did not end up with De La Rey. After that, the Spurs trade up to take Terrence Reed Jr. Chris Sanak Jr. goes to the Celtics. Joshua Jefferson is a Brooklyn Net by way of the Timberwolves, a part of the Julius Randle trade. And the last 2 picks of the first round are Alex Caravan. Sacramento trades up with Cleveland to select him. And Koa Pete, as we just kind of talked about, last part of that Knicks trade, ends up with the Phoenix Suns. So that is a rundown of the first round of the NFL draft.
That was insane.
Yeah, that was
actually insane. I mean, I mean, that was actually insane. I still don't. Like, I know what happened and I understand what happened, but like, everyone in the world thought Sergio De La Rey was a Knick for like 30 minutes.
Because
we did a whole video on it.
They didn't like. Normally, when these trades happen, they are announced at the time of the pick, and nobody broke that news, so everyone assumed De La Rey was a Knick, and they don't say it until the second part of the trade happens. Like, I was raising the question: do you think like it was contingent on like something happening later on? Because the Knicks could have just like stashed De La Rey and then never like paid, like he wouldn't have affected the cap that way either. You know the total savings on the
So I just saw a tweet. See if I can find it again. Per Bobby Marks, pick 29 has $3 million of value in year one, and a second round pick is 1.35.
Okay.
So with the Knicks trading 24, essentially trading 24 away and 31, it's $4.5 million.
That could be useful money.
That. Can you get Shamet back on $4.5 million?
I hope so.
That's three for
Either
15
way, it's
as
gonna
it
help.
goes up every year.
Yeah, either way, it's going to help. It's more money than they came into the night with. So, Knicks are doing their best to try and bring back Shamet and Robinson without having to go into that second apron.
So Knicks would be sitting at around $14.1 million in second apron room if they draft and stash De La Rey with a minimum of 4 roster spots left to fill. I would expect Mitch alone to cost at least 14.1 with MLE at roughly $15 million. So unreal. All right, we're going to sign off on today's show. What a day. Unbelievable. The Knicks leave the NBA draft with nothing.
We got a couple
let's run through some super chats if those came in.
Sorry, guys. We were trying to figure out these trade details. We are going to show all of the super chats. New York Slick says, how much can the Knicks pay Mitch with the money saved right now?
They're about $14 million below the second apron.
Okay.
Is kind of what I've understood.
And they're trying to operate pretty much that they're not going over that. So.
And even if you like,
That's
you
a
still
hard
have to
line.
fill out 14 people on the roster,
and
then 15. It's
problem-
almost you're gonna need both.
The vet min salary is also not just like one, like it's a couple million, right? Yeah.
It's gonna be
Is there a
tough.
way they sign UDFAs for cheaper potentially?
I don't know. If I had to guess, if they want to stay under the second apron, they're not bringing back Shamet and Robinson.
It's one or the other.
And it's probably
Shamet.
Yeah. I don't know. Mitch wants to take a discount. Want to sign a 3-year, $21 million deal. $7 million a year, and then Shamet takes 3, and then you have $4 million to fill out 3 roster spots. I don't know. I'm still working on it.
Shout out to you, NY Slick. We'll make sure you subscribe, get any new information. We'll make a video, and we'll be live for day 2 tomorrow as well, when the Knicks likely will not select any more players. So we'll be here hanging out.
Unreal. What's up, Brody? Ayo, Big Dog Marsh. Nice to see you at the party. This draft is crazy. What do you think about a repeat? My guy, appreciate you pulling up to the party, bro. Appreciate everybody that pulled up, man. That was an absolute blast. Sign me up, man. Let's go back to back. Back to back. I'm in, man. We drafted Larry O'Brien tonight. That's all I know. Hell of a player.
It's not a 1-year deal. He's it's a max deal for Larry.
Legendary. Appreciate you, brother. We got a 3-point goal. Alvin, you bang! I did win the bet.
You did.
I won the bet. Not only did they
Alvin,
trade down, they traded down
you.
twice. because they traded down from 25 to 30, and they traded 30 away.
Unreal.
So they go from 24 to 25, 25 to 30, 30 out. So they make 3 trades tonight. Right?
Yeah. 3 trades. Unreal.
It was unreal.
I was going to say 2 trades, but it was 3.
It was it was one more than 2. Alvin, thank you for coming by. Thank you for making this chat fun. We appreciate you, man.
Just like 3 trades. If you buy 3 items of our championship merch, you're going to save $20. Chatsports.com/Knicks Now. OG shirts, 1A shirts, champ shirts, and the poster as well. Get hooked up with that deal. It is live till the end of the NBA draft, so don't miss out on this limited time offer. Jay Liv in the building says this is happening now, correct? Yes, this is live. We are live. We're here.
Jay Liv.
This is not pre-recorded. So, yeah. Jay Liv back again. Rose hasn't done anything except confuse us. Does he plan on trading these picks for Bridges' son? We'll see. I mean, it never hurts to have the extra draft capital. If it helps the Knicks make a trade at some point for a guy they need, or they're able to just continue to use it, maybe if they need to dump a contract, or if they're looking to get cheap contributors down the line, we'll see. But they obviously want to try and save the money now, and they're just providing themselves with more future flexibility.
For Bridges' son.
Yeah, who's unborn. Unborn son. Not born yet. Jay Liv says, do these cash considerations add to their cap ceiling, or are they simply a cash bonus?
I think the organization just gets the money.
Yeah, the money. I don't think it's not like you can't like trade for cap space. Like,
No.
And it's not like a trade exception or anything either. They're just literally like money. Like basically they're just buying players, like the other teams buying picks. So
unreal. Jay Liv, you the man, Brody. Adrian, don't let Dolan gaslight the fans. Second apron is no big deal for a year or 2. Knicks now got to pressure Leon to run it back. It is one of those things. If you go into it, you only want to stay a night. You only want to stay 2 nights. You don't want to do multiple years in the second apron.
penalties are bad. Like they start stripping draft picks away. It's not just like a luxury tax.
It's okay to go 1 year.
Yeah.
Boston did that.
Yeah. And they ducked it.
And they ducked it. You're right, Adrian. You're right. Gabriel, is their roster going to be worse than last season?
Still
Classic
could be worse and still good enough to win a Larry.
I think we'll be all right.
All right, that's it.
All right, we're going to sign off. Appreciate everybody for tapping in. We're live again tomorrow night for the Knicks to just trade every pick that they have. But we'll be live for it.
Hanging out. Yeah.
See y'all later. Let's go Knicks.